Hello, everybody, and welcome yet again to another episode of Doobie Diced Adventures, presenting the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. I am your now colloquially known as Dimension Master, Matt, also known as War Torn Knight out there on the interwebs. You can find me anywhere and anywhere doing all that stuff. And I am here with the latest and greatest Dungeons and Dragons party that ever was, starting with KJ. KJ, something seems different.
I mean, I don't know at all what you're talking about.
Me neither.
Yes,
It's the
I got a
scarf.
haircut. It's the scarf. I did actually tie it a different way today.
That's
But
what it is.
That's
I
what it
see
is.
everything. Borrow
That's-
sees everything.
That's what
Yeah.
it is. Anyway, hello. I'm KJ. You can find me on the interwebs at kj.cosplay. And I play the party's child. Sometimes Petrichor, the cleric paladin. Sometimes Riley, the rogue.
Beautiful. Moving on over to Taylor. Taylor, you've been in the backseat for quite some time. I feel like it's been a while since you've been up front. How's it
I
feel?
know. It feels refreshing. There's a lot of room up here. Like I feel like can like stretch my arms. It's nice.
Much more room for activities.
There's so
Beautiful.
much more room for activities. This
Throwing
is why
elbows.
now the whole party needs bunk beds. It's been decided. So, but hi, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on social medias, more active on TikTok and Instagram. I play Xanthi Nightingale, who is the party's sorceress. She is a recovering alcoholic, and has a bit of a shocking personality. So.
I see what you did there.
Hey, I understood that reference. Next up, we're going to go right down there to Mr. Victor.
Hi. I am
Roll.
Victor, known as Victor _ the Story Weaver. I play Borrow, the Wandering Monk, and the one sane person of this group. Someone's got to do it.
He's sane?
He says it every week, and every week all of the insane people in the party go, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not insane, and I don't play an insane character. I'm just a little kid. I'm just a
Two of
little
them.
guy.
Two of them. Two little guys.
I mean,
In one
just
body.
to be clear, Borrow talks to a literal chicken.
We all talk to a literal chicken.
That's because he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
If you were to
Anyway,
tell me that Borrow is the only one that talks to the chicken, then
that would be cause for alarm. But everybody talks to the chicken, and also the chicken talks back.
yes.
Speaking of,
Speak with animals.
we're gonna go to the bottom row middle to Mr. Oz.
Hello there. I am the resident spooky boy for this current dimension that the party is in. I play Soul Arkin, a artificer medium, who is also an astral elf, and he's endeavoring to help the party figure out a way to power the dial. So,
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Have you ever tried Artificer Medium Rare?
no, only for some medium. I don't like it super bloody. I want it dead. Okay.
Oh my god, this is.
As long as it's not Artificer Medium well.
Yes.
Cooking with the.
And then we
dimensional dial.
politely ask them to leave.
I didn't say charred. Okay. Like I want them.
That would be
cooked.
Artificer well. Well done.
To be sizzled. We'll be back after.
To be sizzled. Tune into To Be Sizzled, our cooking show that's going to start up.
Listen, we should.
Starring yours truly.
Speaking of yours truly, how about you're truly
main
all
course.
over the place? Wait, nope. Let's not do that.
Yeah, no. Still got a couple more months before I can start drinking again. Those Trulies. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Just kidding. Hi, how's it going? I am Daddy Tarzan 82855 on all social media platforms, playing a farm chicken turned Aarakocra, Clucky McCluckerson, the barbarian, and dedicated party protector of this traveling band of misfits and asshats. Um,
Sounds about
welcome to
right.
the show.
Now we need to figure out who's the misfits and who are the asshats. I have an inkling, but
I think Borrow's jokes are clear of where he fits in that category.
The answer is yes.
The misfits are the two kids who don't know how the fuck they got here.
Oh,
Alrighty, with introductions out of the way. That's gonna be loud. Sorry, everyone. It's too much ambiance. I want like background music. Some things were renamed. We're gonna dark ambiance. Beautiful.
We love ambiance.
Last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago, our party began waking up and coming to terms with the fact that this dimension, in fact, does not have a sun. There was a little bit of, we'll call it a exploration to figure out if that was actually the case. Our chicken barbarian Clucky McCluckerson went on a little scouting mission after also burning his use of clairvoyance for the day. Even though he's being told not only is there not a sun, but they don't know what that means. He did, in fact, for lack of a better term, get pulled over and was interrogated.
You'll never take me alive, pigs.
by local law enforcement. That of which did not fully believe his story, but were not skeptical enough to just immediately clap him in irons, but instead decided perhaps this one is just insane and needs some help. So they followed him back and were introduced to the rest of the party, who corroborated his story. And we got our chicken released back into their custody. They then took a brief stint over into the Skull District to visit the Rookery, which is the temple dedicated to the Raven Queen. They met up with High Priest Odak and got a little bit of more grasp on the way things kind of go in this dimension, and borrowed a fountain that they have for being used with the spell scrying to try and find Dr. Dinah Diago herself, only to come to a realization that everybody had an idea of, but this dimension's version of Dr. Diago has perished long ago. With this knowledge in tow, the party then met up with Soul Arkin's contact, which all that I can say is that when the person is introduced as, you know, a guy, you should know what you're getting yourself into. They met the wonderful Jerry the Goose, proprietor of the Goose's Roost, a magic item shop, currently located in the district known as the Fingers. And after kind of getting an idea of what he might be about and if he could possibly help, they did go back to that shop to see if he had something to power the dial. Alas, he admitted he does not, but he might be able to get you in touch with the right people. His price, of course, being just a little favor of a heist. What exactly does this heist entail? Will this connection end up panning out and the party ends up getting a way to power the dial, moving on to the next dimension? And is Jerry really as bad of a guy as he makes himself out to be? That answer you probably know, but the rest of them have yet to be diced.
God, that is so cool.
Every time. It's every time is like the first time.
So good.
Beautiful.
Just be clear, Goose is not an actual goose. He's just a person.
I do
an actual
understand
goose.
that we do need to make that distinction, being that there is a chicken in the party. However,
He is
Jerry the
actually a
Goose, Jerry the Goose, given his name due to his name, Geraldo Guzman. So, yes. Speaking of him, we return to the scene that we left. Jerry the Goose hunched over the counter of his shop, a very serious and mischievous look on his face, as he just said to all of you that the price for his help would be, and I quote, a heist.
What do
What
you
does that
want
mean?
to get for you?
So, he kind of like postures up, puts on the regular airs that you've grown accustomed in the like 15 minutes of knowing this man.
You.
And he says, so, I don't know if you all know this, but a lot of the stuff here, I mean, listen, I'm a salesman. I don't exactly like know all the details of it, but I know people. All right, I know people. And with knowing the people, you get to learn about some people who are, let's say, they know the things that they want, and they're willing to pay a lot of money for you to get them. So, there is an item that is within the possession of a person who does not want to part with it for substantial monetary gain or any type of gain whatsoever.
How
So
you're
kill him.
explaining this doesn't make it sound any better. Stop beating around the bush and just tell us what we need to get you.
Kill him, take the item. It never stopped me before.
Like, you're asking us to steal something for you. It's not going to get any better from here on out.
I mean, gotta be careful. Like I said, I know people, not everybody, you can just go, I want you to break in and steal something. You can't exactly say that to everybody. Some people would be like, the first thing out of their mouth might be guards, and, nobody wants that. We've been down that road before. But don't worry, I wasn't convicted of anything. Anyway.
Yet.
Anyway, so... long story short, there's a person hang on, gotta make sure that I get the name right. Oh no, notes, there they are, and right here. Okay, so there's a person that I need y'all to rob. Their name is Aristina. Let me get it right. Aristina Shadewatcher. They live in the let me think, the upper ribs, not the lower ribs, the upper ribs. So they kind of live there, and they got an item that I'm gonna need you to break in and steal. Or I mean, honestly, however you can get it off of them, if you can talk her into it, then that's up to you. But I need there's a shield, right? It's a they had this shield that they got a long time ago, and I have somebody who's interested in it, so I need that shield.
So you want me to go in and kill this person with the shield and take
Who
it?
said anything about killing? Gee, goodness gracious. Not a hitman or anything like that. I want an item.
Whenever I want
whatever
something,
means necessary. Anyway,
kill it. This is how I got this long stick, and he holds out his pike. It's I killed. Oh, I didn't. We killed the hobgoblin, but I just took it because he no longer needed it. He was dead.
oh, do you need it?
Yes, I like to poke things.
you really need? Well, I mean, you got a lot of things poking, and I mean,
Goose, if you want to
Pulls
try
out
and
the
take it
club.
from him, go ahead. Be my guest.
take? No. That's
These are mine.
See, no, you see, like I would pay for it,
What
or
is
trade maybe.
Then
This
why won't you just-
person that you wish for us to steal from, who are they? What is the shield? Why is it so important? And who wishes to retrieve it?
I will answer those in reverse chronological order because it makes the most sense that way. Anyway, so the person who wants the item, I can't really give names. I wouldn't be very good at what I do if I would just went around giving everybody's names willy-nilly. Anyway, so they're from a place kind of west of here, like far west. And it's a place that the Ebenfell military did have some not so nice dealings with a very long time ago, and during that time they were they didn't exactly come out on top. And armies and stuff, when they kind of win something, they kind of have to take something. So yeah, I mean, if this actually helps you, it actually is more so like it's not stealing, it's reclaiming. Okay, does that sound better? Does that help you? Oh, well, anyway, so
This person the person who desires the shield, would you say they are a person who could create chaos, darkness, and destruction once they obtain this?
well, I didn't exactly run a background check on them. They just had a lot of money.
It's easy to be able to look away when your worth and the value of your own life is so low. You should try to price yourself higher than your items.
Xanthi just is snorting, holding back a fucking chuckle, listening to Borrow just flat out just deliver these savage bars.
Clucky puts his weapons back and goes back to the immovable rod that's still floating in the air, and he just goes back to tugging on it again.
Sir, I will have you know that there is one thing in this shop that is priceless, and it is me.
I'm sure that we could find a price for you, considering the type of business that you run, as long as we find the right person to ask.
You look like you'd sell your mother for a grape.
It was 2 apples. Don't sell me so short.
Xanthi is immediately turning to Borrow, and she's like, I do not like this guy.
You don't have to like me. I got something you need. I got an in with somebody who might be able to help you out.
It doesn't seem too bad.
You still haven't answered the question.
No, I didn't, which was by design originally, but since apparently I can't get things past you, you see a lot, which is kind of ironic. Anyway.
I fucking love this guy.
Are they? So I don't necessarily think that they're gonna, destroy the planet. I mean, they're old. They're, they're just trying to. They do, as far as I'm aware, they're just trying to get stuff that belongs to. Well, I mean, not them, but like their people. I guess you could say, as much as it does belong to each person. Something of like a national treasure kind of deal.
Listen, if you can't tell us about the person you're going to sell this to, why don't you at least tell us about this item that we're getting? What does it do exactly? What does it do? What is so special about this shield that this person needs it so badly?
That is a question that I can sort of answer. So, you know how some people are with their sets of things? This shield apparently matches very well with a certain sword that belongs also to that, and they have the sword, but I mean, having it with the shield, kind of brings the whole collection together. You know what I mean? So
well, what happens when you bring the whole collection together?
I get paid.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm guessing you're not going to answer.
You have no idea what this shield does.
As far as I'm aware, it's just, you know, as far as they told me, at least, it's just like sort of what's the word that I'm looking for? Ceremonial. It just, you know,
But
it means it's ceremonial, sentimental, you know.
don't you use a shield for
There's a lot of things you
blocking
can do with
attacks?
ceremonies.
Borrow is going to walk straight toward Jerry.
Oh.
And he's just going to calmly just start walking his direction as he just goes, "You have spoken of the very various business that you do. Would you say that you are a good judge of character, Jerry?
Absolutely.
Would you say you are the kind of person who can distinguish folk who are good from folk who are evil?"
Sure.
Borrow is going to reach right in front of him, like just inches away, and he's just going to say, "Does the person who desired the shield, would you think of them as an evil person?"
Now,
Insight.
okay.
Are you just saying that because they're paying you?
17.
Last I remember, shields just block swords and arrows. What's the significance of this shield? Why
You
can't they
said
fetch it
17.
themselves?
17, passive 23.
Okay. So, yeah, there is that silence, which you can pick up that he's like pondering. But he does say, you know, he does respond, no, like they're not evil, and says so in sort of a conviction, like he just weighed the options of if they're good or evil.
Mara's just asked, "And what about the person who currently has the shield in their possession?"
Oh, are they evil? Is that what
Mhm.
you're asking? Evil? In my opinion, no. I mean, I know that they did things for Albid and Fell, but they're retired now. They have been for, you know, give or take a couple millennia. From what I hear.
What is it that you would like of your existence, Jerry?
Mine? My existence? What do I want?
Yes.
To be successful.
To
Which
what
I am,
end?
of course. What do you mean? What kind of
Well,
question
you
is
already
that?
said you are successful,
Yeah.
but you
Then I'm
wish
gonna
to be successful.
continue to be successful and become more successful.
And then
And we're
what?
going to do that on and on until, until I am the dungeon that people like me go to delve.
Clucky is currently in the background jumping on top of the immovable rod.
And Xanthi is currently over by the shelf checking on Petrichor.
How does this thing do it? It's just sitting there floating in the air.
Borrow is going to have a moment of silence, still close to get Jerry, before he turns around and just, "I cannot give you an answer yet."
They're not strong enough to fetch their own shield. They shouldn't have it. It's the way of the
It's not
world.
really a matter of strength or anything like that. You know, this is, you know, gone are those days. That honestly, because of that strength, is why Aristina actually has it. So, I mean, you know, yeah, nowadays things are, you know, more bureaucratic and things like that. Oh, wait, I forgot who I'm talking to. Less about who's strong, more about who have more shiny.
You think? I think I broke it. Is it supposed to do that?
I think you can roll. Oh yeah, didn't we say it was like a DC 30 strength check?
Yes.
which Cluck you can totally pull off.
So, I mean, you're welcome to try. It's just a flat strength check, though, not athletics.
These people that you speak of, the shield keeper and the one who
17.
wishes it, I would like to have an opportunity to visit their whereabouts before making a decision.
Ooh, See, I mean, obviously, I'm not a man of rules, you know that, but like, there's some of them that like aren't written down, like unwritten rules.
Unfortunately, Master Barrow, Master Jerry here likes to keep his clients under wraps. So
It is kind of like professionalism and stuff like that. I mean,
You
I've tried.
care about protecting your clients. I
Are
care
they-
about protecting my group.
Are they dead? Is that why they're under wraps? Did you bury them?
no, but it is ironic that you say that, and you'll find out why. Anyway,
They're undead.
I mean,
I love
you're not wrong.
I love this dimension. I fucking love this dimension.
Go ahead,
Alright.
give me a persuasion check, sir.
Who, me?
Yeah, because you're the one asking to see the buyer.
Guidance. Oh no, never mind.
Oh no.
Oh, that was a sad roll. That's a 9.
That's a 9. Okay, so he's kind of does wait, and he goes, "Listen, I mean, you guys seem like pretty capable and all that jazz, but so here, let me lay it out for you, though. Yeah, the long story short, you doing this for me, that would be me, like, you know, helping you guys, like, giving you something that you need. But the actuality of it is that I am cashing in a pretty big favor that I have for you guys. Like, that would be my way of accomplishing this. So, I mean,
Gary,
if
you're also asking me to risk my life. And I know this place.
risk your
Don't know
life, what? You think you're gonna get caught?
If we are caught, you know what will happen.
I mean, maybe. Actually,
What's such a big deal about talking to another living being? Why do we need such
the living part. Anyway, yeah, they're all really weird here. Like, half the people that you talk to here have been dead for at least a decade. It's kind of nuts.
So it shouldn't be hard to talk to them. They're dead, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna just let that one kind of slide. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I can't, you know. Listen, I mean, honestly, on this end, if you guys don't do this for me, number one, I get to keep that favor, and number two, I just find out some schmuck that will give it a shot for me, probably for a much lower price.
Probably with less chances of success.
Oh, so you do think you can really get it done?
Oh, our capacity and ability has never been a question. Our integrity, on the other hand, it is something that I seek to protect, especially if I do not know what I'm walking into.
Your integrity will be fine. Just don't get caught, and then your integrity doesn't get tarnished.
Integrity is not something that can be just disguised just because you hide that which you do. It carries with you.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about writing a book?
Yes. I love reading my own work.
I would sell that book here for you and like give you as like a fair bit of the royalties. Like,
How
normally
generous.
I cheat people, but like that sounds like it would be a great book. So I'd probably make enough off of each copy anyway without swindling you. So
Barrow is going to turn to face the group.
Xanthi's currently next to Petrichor, who is not looking good right now. She is currently putting her cloak over them at the moment.
Lucky's perched on top of the movable rod.
If Petrichor was showing any signs of not being well, Bar would probably pause the current conversation and move toward them to check on them.
Xanthi's just gonna kind of turn to Borrow and just go, I think they're switching.
So when Jerry mentioned armies and military and that kind of conversation came up, that's when this started happening.
Whoops.
Xanthi is immediately just kind of sitting there waiting for Riley or Petrichor to speak, but she's just kind of like, her hand is on their back, just like, hey, are you okay?
Bar is probably just waiting to hear which heartbeat rhythm he hears.
Oh, Riley's is definitely the one you're hearing right now, but the reason they're not saying anything is because they're panicking.
Xanthi is just gonna very slowly just rub their back, and she's just gonna start kind of humming to her the best she can. Like, that's the only thing Xanthi really knows, like how to like soothe children.
If that is the case, Borrow, sensing the panic, he turns around again. I'm afraid we find ourselves in a difficult position, Jerry. You see, I understand that you will not divulge the information of those that you work for, but I also will not needlessly risk those I care for. So unless we can find a way to understand each other better, for us to make a more informed decision, I'm afraid we're going to have to reject your offer and find our path in some other way.
Kind of gives a nod, and as you say, like, that moment of, keeping, I can't remember exactly what you said, but, making sure that your people are good. He kind of like gives a nod and looks over, and he sees Riley not having a good time. Just goes, "She okay? She needs some water?"
Xanthi already has her water pouch out, giving it to Petrichor.
Riley looks up at him and is shaking just a little bit, not enough to cause a ton of concern, but noticeable.
Matt, do I know this person that we're trying to steal from?
Roll me a d20. We're going to figure out.
That works.
And it's either going to be you know them or you know of them.
15.
You do know them. Formerly titled General Aristina Shadewatcher of the Ebenfell Guard. They are, in fact, they were a elven general of the armies of Ebenfell, and since the knowledge was available to them, thought that they would become a better warrior by becoming undead, and went through a process that removed her heart, and as such did grant her unlife. And after being successful in their service, decided to retire. And you now know that the Shadewalker estate is more or less a museum, because she has just gathered all types of antiquities that she will allow people to come and peruse.
If it's so important, I can just go get it myself and bring it back to
My feathered friend, this person you're attempting to steal from is one of the most bloodthirsty on the battlefield that Evanville has known in recent years, and you just want to waltz in there all by your lonesome and steal it yourself?
This sounds like a worthy challenge of my skills. Aye.
God damn it.
Lucky?
Yes.
I know that for a long time, you wander on your own. But I hope you don't forget. You're not alone anymore. And it's not just that we care about your well-being, but I trust you to be alive to care for the rest of us as well.
It just seems like there's a lot of importance placed on the shield, and
Yes, but there are other ways to obtain what we need. And the ramifications that happen, even after you may defeat this woman, if you get caught, I fear for your soul.
okay, we think of something else then.
There's always time for us to pick our battles, Clucky, and this is one of the battles we probably shouldn't get into, considering how horrifying this woman sounds.
She sounds
Of
like
course, I
the-
have not.
From a player perspective, smash, but
Of course, I
Sounds-
have not seen your abilities firsthand as of yet, but I know mine. And based on what I have observed of all of you, you all seem very capable. I do feel like there is a small chance, albeit very small, that we could pull this off.
Jay's going to kind of scoff at this and be like, why leave it up to mystery? Just take him to the bone pit.
what?
the bone pit?
Yeah. Bone pit. It's the Colosseum in the lower ribs.
Oh dear God.
Could.
Is this a gathering of warriors?
Well, it's an attempt to earn some money, if you should we need it.
Yeah.
Um,
But I mean, at the
And-
very least, if you're trying to do business with somebody, I mean, then you can figure out if they're actually, worth the strength of their arm. Which, I
Very
mean, he's
true.
got some very big arms or wings. Both. What's not
Aye.
offensive? I don't want to offend you. You'd hurt me.
I'm not sure what offending would mean, but sure.
Then I'll leave it alone.
Are you suggesting that there is a way for us to pay you for the favor through these pits?
Oh no. I mean, that's not what I meant at all. There was a lot of words thrown around of like, oh, seems like you guys are capable, or I haven't seen what you can do and things like that. And yeah, I mean, kind of, I'm in the same boat because I don't really know if you guys would actually be able to kind of handle this. Although I am inclined to believe this guy here with the staff, but I mean, like, if you really wanted to know if you really want to know if these guys can do what they're going to do, toss them in the pit. Well, figurative, toss them in the pit. You know how it goes.
You don't need to toss me in. I can go in willingly.
Xanthe, her brows just furrow, and she goes, "You are not tossing me in any fucking pit."
Is there anything else that we can do to pay you back?
I might have an idea. Does this Aristine, the Shade Looker, does she frequent this Colosseum?
Just to watch.
We could talk to her if we don't want to steal from her openly.
If she doesn't want to sell it, why would she just give it to us? We don't even have enough worth to pay what I'm sure he would.
I could pay a lot.
Perhaps you wouldn't be willing to sell and part with it, but would this be a person, would you say, Gary, that is a gambling person?
Jerry. But anyway,
Yes, Gary.
Oh, it's like Tony Two Toes all over again.
Spicy.
I think even you can see how annoyed that makes me, and that's why you're doing it. So I will not give you the satisfaction.
Apologies. Perhaps if you write it down so I can see it better, I understand.
In Braille?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
No, I love a good joke. Anyway,
Oh my god! Just clap back to you.
Somebody
clap
clip
back
that.
to you.
100%. Somebody clip
Oh
that.
my god! I think Garo just got a few levels and barred with that.
you gotta
If
change
Baro,
the name to Baro.
if Baro was a bard, it would be
Vicious
vicious
mockery right
mockery
there. 100%.
all over, all day, every day.
Oh man.
That was brilliant.
But it would be like the most subtle, dry, vicious mockery, and it won't like. I feel like it would be something like a delayed vicious mockery, to where it doesn't hit them till like 3 turns later.
Oh my god. That was great.
Oh my god.
Soul just kind of just rubs his brow, thinking for a moment, and it's like, well, the Colosseum would give you an opportunity to see how the denizens of this world fight. So, it's a possibility.
And I'm
Should we
itching for a
need-
fight.
But should we need to leave the city in order to find the power source that we need, at the very least, we could defend ourselves, or at least have some knowledge.
Maybe
Well,
identify
I mean-
some more allies as well.
I mean, you all are welcome to try and go through the bureaucratic nonsense that is requesting an audience with a member of the council, but I mean, I do have a favor. It's just, like this order, we'll call it, has been on my desk for a while because everybody that I talk to either fails to get the item or nobody's actually tried to flat out go in and steal it. They've all tried to talk to her on my behalf, and apparently she's not going to sell it. This is not something that you can just
If she's a warrior, I could just challenge her for the right to the shield.
Tell me this, Goose.
Yeah.
Who did the shield originally belong to? Is the person requesting it, they say that they have the other half of the shield. Are they the rightful owners of it? Was this taken from them? Or are they just like her trying to collect?
Well, I mean, you been to a museum?
I don't
up?
go out much.
Fair.
It's a museum.
Most stuff that's in museums is recovered or
Stolen?
yeah, I was trying to
A
think
lot of
what-
museums are filled with things that people steal from other people and call it artifacts and ancient things that deserve to be put on display, even though they stole it from the people who actually own it.
Yeah.
Conquest. Right.
Speaking of conquest, did she not use this shield while she was general?
Oh no. She didn't do that. She had, big axe. Anyway,
That's right.
An axe, you say? She sounds
Yeah.
like the type of warrior.
Clucky's in
you
love.
have no idea. You have no idea.
And they called it puppy love.
First, it's never bad to know thy enemy. And I suppose perhaps Clucky and I could stretch our legs.
I could definitely use a good fight or two, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, I know a couple people who know about her. I mean, I'm sure that Soul probably knows a little bit, but everybody kind of has their own little tidbit of knowledge. So part of the deal is gonna kind of give you ideas of places to go and people to talk to, so that you can learn a little bit more about what you might be getting yourselves into. But I mean, I mean, if you're not going to take the job, that's one thing. But I mean, you're welcome to try on your own. I mean, all the nobility of this place, they're just trying to spend their money. So go where people spend their money, which is apparently not here. Did you guys want to buy anything while you're here?
Well, if we do the heist, which I don't recommend, I guess you guys don't have what it is. But, walkie-talkies. Things that can, talk to each other from long distances.
Oh, we have stuff like that.
Riley, you can walk and talk at the same time.
No. Okay, it's kind of a dumb name. I don't know why they used to call them walkie-talkies. But, they were this little box that you could, talk to people in from, long distances, but, you could use them all of the time.
Like
the
a hallway.
Yeah, kind of like a sending stone.
It's like a hallway.
Or in Mission Impossible, they would have these earpieces that they would have in so that they could talk to each other on team stealth missions.
I don't know what Mission Impossible is, but why would you go on a mission if it's impossible?
When
that's
you
the whole
say
point.
that, when you say that, Jerry says, "I actually have something like that."
Does Jerry know what Mission Impossible is?
Oh, the walkie-talkie.
No, the earpieces.
And he brings forth. Hang on, let me figure out let me try to look it up real quick for the description, which you might actually be quicker than me.
It's because I already know what it is.
I know, because you messaged me about it. Interesting. So it is described as a headpiece that is crafted from dark metal and is worn curved around the ear. And he actually has a handful of them, 6 of them. And he just goes, there's this guy right here. You just kind of put it on behind your ear. And it's kind of like that sending stone, sort of. We have those too. But this is kind of a little bit more discreet, and you can kind of I grabbed a lot of these when I was able to, because if I have one of these on and you have one of these on and the blind guy has one of these on, then you can look at the blind guy and tell him something, and then you can look at me and tell me something else. And yeah, so so long as you know that somebody else has one of these, you can talk to them all up here and stuff.
So it's the things that... Okay. Those could be really useful.
They could.
Tarzan, we know.
Point on the chicken head where the ears are.
We're just going to have him eat it.
No, chickens actually do have ears, but they're just open holes in the sides of their heads. Granted, it's terrifying. But
putting something in Clucky's ear is probably not the best idea.
They're not really ears. They're more just listening cavities.
He'll break his own neck just tilting his head, looking for where the hell that voice came from.
What?
Oh.
In missions like that, always good to have communication, and I know not all of us can do that sort of a thing, so that's always good to have. And they'd always have weapons, and they'd also have a getaway driver and the distraction. Everyone had a thing that they did.
Are we stealing it, or what's our plan?
Is there a way to know if this person is going to be at the pits?
I don't exactly know her schedule. You can ask around or spy on her or something. I don't care what you do.
Well,
I want to challenge her for the shield. I think it will be easier.
Buddy, you look strong, but again, I don't know. I could be very wrong.
But that could be the distraction. Him going to challenge her could leave us time to go and get it. If that's what we do.
To create such decision without knowing what we are facing would be foolish.
Well, I'm just saying, You might get the answer that you want at the cost of the chicken's life.
Precisely. And unfortunately, we
I
cannot always
don't
expect for
know.
someone to fall to come back to us.
Yeah, I don't know if she actually would be that kind of person, but like I said, I've never seen her like in the fight pits. But I mean, I guess it's kind of nice when you used to actually fight people for a couple thousand years to like watch other people do it. So she goes and she watches, and I don't even recall anybody even challenging her. But slight change of subject. If you do want to pick these up, complimentary with every single purchase is one Goose's Roost water bottle, and he holds out. There's a whole like slew of these crystal decanters that have embossed on them the Goose's Roost logo.
How tacky is it?
Pretty tacky.
Yeah, okay.
Like Disney World.
It's very much so like logo forward, so that like no matter what you do, you act like for sure people are gonna be like, oh, one of those.
Well, this whole conversation's been going down. Clucky's still perched on top of the rod. Just he gave up on trying to move it and is just now using it as like a hangout spot in
So
the middle of the air.
this person that has the shield, where are they usually found?
They're home in the upper ribs.
And you know where this home is?
Well, yeah, I've never
So-
been there.
Do you know where this home is?
I've walked by a number of times on my deliveries to the upper spines.
Wonderful. And Borrowed literally just heads for the door.
Clucky hops
Okay,
down.
thanks for
tries to-
stopping by. So, well, guy, do you have the money, or does somebody else have the money? Are you actually interested in these?
How much are they?
Well, I mean, normally I'd kind of give them for around like 150 a piece, but for you guys, maybe 125 each.
Do you take gems?
Sure. What kind of gems you got?
We'll turn to Xanthi.
Xanthi is this time she is not going to take out her bag. She is just going to be reaching around, and she is just going to kind of just ruffle around a little bit. She'll take out a few, like, so what all is remaining after Soul has taken?
I thought you had the inventory. Do you have the
Soul
inventory?
only took a couple. You still have
Yeah.
like most of the bag.
We have enough to buy at least one rib.
Essentially.
He's not wrong, especially if it's one of the lower ones.
Yeah. They're not fully attached.
Xanthi, upon just seeing when the child wants something, so like Xanthi is like she's
that
like
parent.
that, and it's just like, okay, don't tell your dad. So Xanthi will take out like a handful of rubies and then like a few sapphires, and she's just gonna hold it out and just be like, I guarantee you can probably get a good price for these.
Before you even finish, so as he's talking to Riley and kind of is just like, what is it? Just a couple little guys, maybe some uncut things. And then you pull the handful out and he stops mid-sentence. He goes, holy shit.
How many can we get for it?
We can get all of them for this, right? I guarantee you can get a very
more,
fine
I'm
price
sure.
for these gems.
Soul will actually reach out and put a hand on the rubies and push it down.
When they're in your
That's-
shop,
that-
you can start
and-
making deals.
And he'll pull out one of the rubies that Xanthi had given him for the broom. Since these are my guests, I will pay.
Ooh.
Hold on.
Xanthi
terrible.
shoves them back into the bag and tightens it.
The smallest of the rubies that was given to him.
And again,
Clucky
Xanthi
had
will look
followed
at Goose
Borrow
and
out.
just be like, these gems are very precious, and like I said, there are a lot of magic users who would pay a very high price for these.
Yeah, you're right.
I am right. I know what I'm talking about. Unlike you
Yeah,
when it comes to your
you-
magic items, but
Excuse me,
spicy.
Anybody else, I would have increased the price, but for you, because I
We can
like
put
you.
rubies back.
Because I like you.
Why arguing?
Yes, I will still, if you want all 6 for endpoints to the ruby in Soul's Hand goes, that would be fine.
Then we have a deal. And she'll turn to Soul and then turn to the Goose and be like, give it to the child. But Xanthi will take the time to adjust it and put it on and help Riley put it on them. So, and then like kind of, she has a little mirror, so she'll pull out a mirror and be like, what do you think?
Soul
I think
ruby and hands it over. He gives him like a handshake with the ruby.
Like an idiot, he just kind of bites on it to make sure it's real.
Even after having it put on, I don't know why I'm trying to brush hair behind my ear that doesn't exist. When the heist was first talked about, when Petrichor was the one that was in control, Petrichor didn't know what the fuck a heist was, so Petrichor didn't really care and had started wandering off to look at things, and spied potentially if he has some boots of elven kind.
We will flavor this as there is a nice set of boots that look very Lord of the Rings-esque to you.
Ooh, salty.
I think before they switched, that was what Petrichor was looking at because they know what those do. And it's like, oh, these would be really nice when Riley's around because it makes being sneaky even easier. And then when Riley came up and like those came back, it's like, what do those do?
Oh, actually, you know what? Here, I'll show you. And he kind of like walks out, pops one of his boots off, takes it, and like hops on one foot trying to get one of the boots on, and like almost falls over. But once he does have it on, he goes, all right, watch. And like with his left foot, which is his normal set of boots, he just kind of like lifts it up and stomps really loudly on the floor. And does it like 2 or 3 times. He goes, Now watch this. He does it again with the one that has the boot of elven kind. Not a sound.
Looks really excited and
like
looks up at Xanthi.
He's really trying to stomp as hard as he can. No sound.
They get really excited and look up at Xanthi.
Those would make it really easy for me to sneak. I wouldn't make any sound. Skylar would be
So
so
first, Xanthi is going to do an insight check on the boots to make sure they're actually boots of elven kind, or an Arcana check.
Either one. I'll allow it. DCs will be different,
check?
And the the DCs will be different, and the way that you learn things will be different as well. So just let me know which one you're doing.
So my Arcana is trash. I have a +6 on insight. So
okay,
let's do insight. That would be an 18 + 6.
24.
Beautiful. So you're kind of like looking at how this should work, and like if he was trying to be crafty or something like that, whatever the case may be, like he would have tried to like pull his foot back at the very last moment, but no, these are getting flush to the floor, and there's just no sound popping out, which does seem to be what he is trying to say that they are.
Xanthi turns to Goose and like again just cut-eyed look. She's like, how much do you want for them?
I mean, we'll call it 150 gold.
Hold on. We should just like bulk buy things because you guys like walked in here to look for stuff that would be helpful, but then nobody got anything. Maybe we should get some stuff for everybody else.
Oh, you want to do a bulk deal thing? I do offer discounts on bulk deals and stuff like that. And like I said, each purchase, but one per adventuring party, does get one of our complimentary water bottles.
I think it's not a bad idea to get some stuff for everybody. I mean, you guys were talking about those little red potion thingies that like help you heal. I know like salves and stuff, but like those seem to be a little bit more effective and we don't have any.
Health potions? We got health potions. You need some health potions?
We could
Now,
always
Gary,
use some
you
help.
know how much this ruby is worth. And I believe most of the things in here could be covered by that one ruby.
That's why I didn't say that they were 200 apiece.
Yes, I know. I know how you work, Gary.
You know better. It is Jerry, and you fucking know it.
I don't know. Our mysterious blind friend may have rubbed off on me a little bit.
So what's it gonna be, Gary?
As Clucky and Bar are skipping through the streets.
Just kind of like adjusts his cloak. Just kind of takes a deep breath. Yes, those can fall in with the same ruby.
Good boy. And Xanthi is then going to go and help put the boots on Riley.
Such an antagonist. Oh my god.
She does not like this guy at all. And if she does not like somebody, it is extremely obvious.
You are dead to me.
I wish all the harm upon you and your family.
I don't know if we have enough room in our bags for everything.
You said that your insight bonus, Xanthi, was +6?
Yes.
That would make your passive insight a total of 16. Yeah, you don't notice. Okay.
Oh! Oh, shit! Damn. He slipped something by you.
Can I use inspiration to possibly roll to see? Because Xanthi is very paranoid about this guy. She is.
I could let you roll to see. You might
Okay.
roll better than your passive.
What do I need to roll?
Just an insight check.
Oh, another insight?
Mm-hmm. Good luck.
That'll be a 19 plus 6?
So since you're looking for things, it's right after you say good boy that there is just that briefest pause and the briefest eye widen. And then he just turns and goes moving on to the next person.
Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! 22 Jump Street moment. Oh, God. Schmidt, fuck the captain's daughter!
And suddenly, we didn't need to negotiate at all. We had a well-placed couple of words from Xanthi, and then everything we ever wanted from Jerry, he gives.
Did Xanthi perceive Jerry going weak in the knees for a moment?
Did he stumble?
You can perceive Jerry walking right over to Clucky and just going, so yeah, this immovable rod here thing. I mean, if you're really interested in it, we can start talking price.
Oh, God. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. But Clucky left that immovable rod floating in the air. He went off with Borrow because he thought everybody was leaving.
Oh, shit.
He goes to talk to the bird and realizes there's no one there.
Yeah, then in that moment, he just kind of like, here, let me clean up a little, clicks the button, takes the rod down, goes to put it back on the shelf, and then goes to Riley and goes, what else do you need? Like, what are you looking for?
Xanthi's gonna look at the rod and she's just gonna be like, can we grab the rod too? The bird really likes it.
Phrasing.
I didn't even think about that, Tarzan.
Straight to jail.
Leave it to the bird.
You talk about the phrasing of the rod, you go to jail.
I am sweating with how much
You're
laughing I'm
professional.
doing. Woo, shit.
Yeah, we can throw that in with the price of the ruby. Yeah, that'll work.
Xanthi, I don't know if you have enough room for everything. Like, my bag doesn't carry very much, and you've already got a lot of
Well, if you need a carrying bag for all this, and he picks up a bag, and like just normal bag. Yes, you all know where this is going. Reaches over, and there's just like a battle axe on the shelf, and he just Mary Poppins right into the bag, disappears.
So we get the bag and the axe. Cool.
Oh.
He kind of like looks like he's about to say something, and counts on his fingers and goes, "I mean, you could if you really wanted."
Clucky already has axes. It's fine.
But he
Well,
could have
if we do
axes.
the heist, this is where my brain's at. If we do the heist, we're gonna need things as like distractions. What can we do with distractions?
Do you have? Hey, you said. Oh, so who's complimentary water bottles that come with this? All right.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. And he just immediately hands it over to you, and it's a glass bottle.
You know that thing that Xanthi used to carry?
So Xanthi's gonna kind of toss the bottle a little bit, and she's gonna turn to Goose, and she goes, "Do you have anything flammable?
I mean,
liquid
yeah.
flammable."
Hold on. Does Riley can I piece together what she's trying to do here?
Oh, we're about to find out. I mean, yeah, we have things that we have. I mean, probably like I have a few flasks of what do they call it? You know, I forget the technical term. Fire in a bottle. Which like you can throw and then it makes do the burning things. But like I mean, you can go to the general store and they got oil usually for lamps, but like still oil.
We might have to take a stop by the general store, especially considering we're getting a bunch of these complimentary bottles. I feel like
no. It's one per adventuring party.
Yes.
One-time deal.
One per adventuring party.
Yeah.
Well, we already have water stuff. I don't see why we need it. I mean, the only time
because
you
you
would
have
need,
to stay hydrated. It is important to drink enough water. How much water do you drink?
Clucky provides plenty of water.
I now drink a lot more water than I used to. That's for fucking sure. But Xanthi'll just kind of like keep in mind of the oil at the general store, and she will pocket the bottle and just kind of just like chuckle to herself because she's like very excited to make things that go boom.
It is a tall glass bottle, but you can kind of liken it in size and shape to like a hydro flask. So, yeah,
a fragile hydro flask. I like it.
Smash. But Xanthi is gonna just kind of look at Goose and just be like, okay, so how much extra will it cost to get this bag?
I mean, you still gave me that one ruby, and apparently we're telling people how much the rubies are worth.
Listen,
Anyway.
I feel somewhat protective of these travelers, and I feel like they need the best foot forward for what they must accomplish, all right?
How many health potions are we gonna grab? Because you guys keep talking about those.
We'll take a few health potions, however much it would cost, along with the bag for this ruby's worth.
Okay, got you. Small, medium, large, or super size.
Surprise me.
What?
Well, I mean,
Maybe medium ones.
medium ones. All right, I got like 4 of the mediums.
We'll take that.
And now I gotta do. I have a calculator open, so just saying.
Later.
And he just goes, "Yeah, we could toss those in." And he'll actually just start like following you guys around the store with the bag of holding and like tossing things in there, like he's a shopping assistant.
So how many of the bigger ones could we get?
Well, I have 2 of the larges and 1 of the super size.
supersize those fries.
Well,
And
how many could we get on the one rupee? That's what I mean.
Oh wait, I did this wrong. Hang on.
Whew.
Whoops. Not that
There
bad.
is no God here. What are you talking about?
Oh man.
I love how I sent that just as you send. Y'all need Jesus.
So retconning a little bit, he would tell you that the 4 large ones would probably bring you around the price of the ruby, with all the other things that you have talked about.
What if we give another ruby?
You have another ruby?
Yeah.
Xanthi will reach in and she will grab another one of the smaller rubies.
Just buy the goddamn store already.
Let's go!
Honestly,
Clucky-
put him out of business.
Clucky kicks in the door. Can we go?
Everything, and then like just blackmail him that way.
You want your inventory back?
Yeah.
Get us that meeting.
He does reserve the right to refuse.
So I will say this for the larges. Now we're getting into some pretty big things here. Each one of the larges, and I'm being honest here, would be about one of those rubies.
Insight check.
All right.
I'm not even going to insight check. Riley just looks at Soul. Because Soul also knows the worth of these rubies.
13 plus 6.
My dude got a natural 1 and also was not lying.
Oh, he was not lying. Oh, shit. Okay. Xanthi, she'll kind of sit for a second. She's looking at the child and seeing, like, granted, we could risk losing our healer at any fucking point. We need healing potions. She's going to go ahead and give the ruby.
So again, that would be 1 ruby for. Are you keeping track of the amount of rubies and stuff you have now?
What did you say was the total of rubies that I had? Because I know I gave like 2 rubies and like some sapphires to Soul.
So I for the broom I charged 1 sapphire, and then you gave me like 4 rubies in addition.
No. It was 2 rubies. 2 rubies and a sapphire. And I only know this because last night I was watching last week's episode.
Okay.
Saul is basically good to retire.
Essentially. With still stock in store.
Hold on, do I have it in my other inventory?
I don't know if you gave us an exact amount of how many gems we had.
I did not have to because it was all in Lovitar's inventory, which I am bringing up currently.
Oh, shit.
Because Xanthi robbed Lobatar's corpse, technically.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness!
I don't have any.
Alrighty.
have any mention of-
Are you paying attention here?
Mhm.
Yes.
14 emeralds.
Damn.
1 pearl.
That's got to be a pretty penny.
God
13.
almighty.
I'm typing this in the Discord, KJ.
I'm
13
writing it
emeralds.
down.
There was so before we even gave anything to Soul, 36 rubies.
Oh my god!
Right.
I'm telling you, let's just buy Evanfell.
Listen, when you know how much these rubies are worth, yes.
Let's just buy.
Oh,
the
you guys
full
did-
price.
You guys did not have any sapphire, so you just had the emeralds and the
Oh.
rubies.
All right, so
Oh.
then then Soul would have emeralds instead of sapphires, I'd say.
Right. Oh.
Fucking
So
14
in
emeralds. My
current
God.
time, we would have 34 rubies and 13 emeralds after paying Soul.
Okay, hang on. I'm about to fucking do this. Hang on.
Can we just assume
Yo!
that we now own every single magical item on D&D and just
How many
go on
rubies?
with it?
Fucking
So after
36.
we gave 2 to Soul, so it would be 34 currently.
And this is before you gave even the first one to Jerry?
Now
Well,
with me,
Soul was the one who gave
so
Jerry.
I currently have
That's
one
right.
emerald, one ruby.
We rich, y'all.
Okay. Above the table. I am going to regret this. I knew that I was going to regret this in Thexalim when y'all started fucking pickpocketing people for fucking gems and shit.
Listen, we are fucking 12 levels deep,
I was
and this is the first time we've
I was-
gone shopping.
walking calmly, minding my own business, sir.
That entire time, I was carving shit for the party. I was being wholesome as fuck, respectfully.
Converted at fair market value for all of these gems, the party is sitting at 184,000 gold.
Yeah, buddy!
Holy shit!
Payday.
And that's
Fucking
not
my
counting
Lord.
the money that you got from Lovitar and any
Which
money
is
and the
not
other
very
things that
much.
you have from other.
Which is
He's
not
got
very
20
much.
straight
Right.
gold on him.
yeah, no,
Oh,
fucking.
Pennies.
But you
I mean,
don't know this. This is
In,
player.
in all actuality, like if we would
Above
have
the
been
table.
earning, if we would have been earning income throughout this entire campaign, we would have had a lot more than that. But you know, because we haven't shopped in 12 levels.
Each emerald is like an emerald is priced at 1,000 gold and a ruby is priced at 5,000.
5,000. Oh my god, that is
Yes.
disgusting.
Xanthi is going to look at Goose and just be like, "What's the best thing you have to offer here?"
Me. Anyway.
Damn!
No.
Damn.
I thought you
That was
said you
very
were
nice.
priceless.
Listen, after you called him what you did, of
I
course
mean,
he's
do you
gonna
want to
say
name
that.
a price? We can talk price if you want.
Just call him. A
I
good
know for a
goose.
fact I'd be asking for a fucking return.
Might we suggest a little laying out all of the items that we want to have on the table so we can speed this up a
Okay.
little bit?
Above table.
If I may, for a moment, I have some things that are a little bit pricier, but it's kind of my secret stock. You
Ooh.
know?
You're really gonna keep a secret stack while you have a bunch of rubies at your disposal to trade for?
I'm just
We're not there.
That's why I didn't use my borrow books. That was Cuerdo. That was Cuerdo speaking on behalf of Borrow.
So Xanthi's gonna turn to Soul and
hot.
be like, Xanthi's gonna turn to Soul and be like, "What exactly does he mean by his secret stash?"
His mustache. I'm sorry.
Well, I did say before that Master Jerry here is a purveyor of many goods. Some of them he obtained himself, and a lot of them was given to him and the various nobles around. Well, very powerful items.
So if you're interested,
If Riley's sitting there nodding, Xanthi is gonna look at the child and just be like, "Okay, yeah, the baby is going on a shopping spree."
I'm going to say
All
that
right,
Borrow,
that's
I'm
what I
going to say
like
that
to
Borrow is
hear.
just going to bring Clucky back just because outside he's been here in this
Impatience.
whole situation and it's just like
what are they
these
still
people
doing in
are-
there? What are they getting swindled out of? Let's go.
Borrow
back.
is just hearing this whole thing and it's the equivalent of like a dad hearing the cha-ching sound of the credit card. The child, just going like
What?
all the money just fleeing.
The wife and daughter has the credit card.
Yeah.
We gotta go get it. We gotta go get it back.
Yeah.
It's
Borrow
the
just
aunt
stops
and
and-
daughter.
Barr just stops and grabs his coin purse and goes, "I sense a great disturbance in my
Yeah.
wallet."
It's one of
Let-
those
let go.
moments that Borrow is like, it's a moment that Borrow makes him very happy that he doesn't have possessions.
It's like the voice of a lot of thousands of coins all cried out at once and were suddenly silenced.
He's like, using my perception, and for some reason, I'm hearing in the
Inventory.
air the sound cha-ching, and I don't know why. I think we should go back.
And then Clucky's out there just getting wildly impatient, starts bending street poles and shit. Like I just want to go bend something.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna say Boris is gonna lead Clucky back just because he probably hears as he's outside.
I would say Xanthi would turn to Goose and be like, "Okay, Gary, what's your special stash?"
Because you're interested in the special stash, I'll let that one slide. Step into my office. And actually opens up a door behind the counter, leading into a smaller room, which is a mess. Like, it's disorganized out in the shop, but it is a mess in this room.
So upon entering, Xanthi is very much gripping her fucking coin purse.
So, I mean, like, he's not gonna, like, lead you in the back room and shut the door. He's not that kind of business.
Oh, I know, but she's still gonna grip her fucking coin purse.
So, anybody who does come in the back, he does kind of like goes over to a large cabinet that has like clothes hanging off it and stuff, and just kind of like throws the clothes to the side. He just goes, normally I would bring out things piece by piece, but for a buyer as respectful as you are, and he swings open both sides, and one of those little like display cases kind of comes out, and what you can see is a dagger, an amulet, a potion bottle full, a set of gloves, a smaller bottle filled with liquid as well, more like an elixir, a wand, a nicely folded up cloak, a ring, a mask, and a scroll.
Xanthi's gonna first look to Riley and just kind of gesture at the things before them and be like, "Is there anything that catches your eye here?" She's gonna want the baby to pick first.
I mean, I'm really good with the stabbies, but I don't know what any of these magical things do. So I need explanations anyways.
Clucky.
Give us a breakdown here, Gary.
stabbies?
What all does the stabby do?
Clucky's currently fumbling with the clothes that he tossed on the ground.
You can cut through butter like it's butter.
I can't believe
This
it's
baby
not
cuts
butter.
through warm
It's
butter
the
like
body.
it's...
While everyone went into the back room, or whoever did, Soul would have found one of the chairs in the shop, sat down, and he'll reach into his cloak and pull out what looks like a deck of cards and start shuffling.
Ooh.
Interesting.
So he's currently putting the clothes that Goose tossed on the floor into his own backpack.
Hey. Those are expensive. You can't. I like you guys, not that much. Those are my clothes. Come on.
You threw them away.
No, I didn't throw them away. I threw them to the side. That's different.
He's a scavenger, like in a hunter and a gatherer. What do you expect? Do you want to try and take him away from him? Go ahead.
No, that's why I'm telling him to put them back. I'm not gonna like physically take them from him. I'm not an idiot. I mean, I am, but I'm not that kind of idiot.
Here you go. I thought you were throwing them away. Huh.
No. I'll let you know what I'm throwing away. Anywho, looking back to Riley with this very stiletto-esque dagger, he goes, "This dagger." Now, here's the thing. I'll be upfront with this. I feel kind of weird talking about this kind of stuff to a kid, but whatever. You got coin. Or
I've seen more than you think you probably have.
Damn.
I'm gonna leave that one for your therapist. Anyway, he holds it out to you, and he says, "This dagger, when you do the thing with it, it actually doesn't cut anybody. No matter how hard you try, it won't actually cut anybody. That doesn't stop them from feeling the pain of it, though."
What?
No, you don't.
That's really confusing. What?
So, I mean, this is good for some people that are less than legal about the things they do, but like if you want to hurt somebody without any proof that you hurt them, this will do that.
Ooh.
It's also good for, like if you're trying to extract information from somebody, because like, I mean, You know, if you actually stab somebody in the chest while you're trying to get information, they only have so much blood in them. You know, this no blood. They keep all their blood. They just
The blood makes it
hate life.
satisfying.
The blood absolutely is satisfying. Oh my god. Anyway.
Quit seducing the man, Xanthi.
Well, okay, that's cool. What do the rest of the things do?
Okay. Fine.
I will say I'm rather interested in this wand here.
Well, let's start there. Reminding myself because I wrote this a very long time ago.
Is this how long that you've been putting off a shopping trip for us?
Yes. He holds up the wand and he just goes and he just says, so normally this is for some people who are, let's call it, blessed with magic of a more wild nature. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Hang on, I'm gonna be more clear. Not like the wild nature, like the foresty people who, you know, like turn into animals and stuff, like not that kind of like you know, the wild magic, literally, like that I think that's what it's called. This helps them kind of keep it under control, so it will, you know, to people who actually have their kind of stuff together, you know, this will kind of help you a little bit more, but it would be more effective for somebody who actually has, you know, sort of wild magic tendencies. This is going to be a high roll, but I'm going to have Xanthi roll a history check.
Wow.
What?
Your favorite! Oh my god!
Spies.
Every time
You didn't even have to ask for it this
every time
time.
Taylor wrote a history check, we have
No,
to
we
say-
didn't. History check. So for those who do not know, when I first learned D&D, my first checks that I would constantly be asking for is history checks. So
Tell me you're a lore whore without telling me you're a lore whore.
I am a whore for many things.
Oh my god.
That will be a 17 plus. And you said what?
It's history.
History check.
17 plus 0, so a flat 17.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Anyway,
Can
so
I,
that's
can
what
I use inspiration and reroll?
Yeah, if you want to, if you feel like you need to. You have two of them. I forgot.
Intrigued now.
Being that Clucky's not very materialistic, he would have gotten bored really quick and
And
saw
that will
Soul
be a
outside
flat
and
19.
met him out there.
Still no.
Still no.
Ah!
Guidance.
Won't have stated before the roll, but yes.
That will be a plus 4 for a
23.
23.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
The
Here
hand.
comes the Lord. Da, da, da.
You remember a thing that you got a few dimensions back to try and cope with your absence of alcohol?
Yes.
A thing that you gave to somebody else because you could not be trusted?
Yes, but I did get it back.
And you did get it back?
Yes.
One of the side effects of using that is suffering from wild magic surges.
Wait, whoa. Oh, you can pair it up. 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 You can pair it up.
Wait, okay.
This wand helps people who deal with wild magic surges be able to control it more.
Oh! Okay, sorry. Took me a minute to go full circle with that one.
So you can pair the two items together.
Xanthi will kind of look at the wand and like she'll kind of like she'll reach around to like the side of her pouch where she has the dragon's blood currently, and she then just kind of looks back at the wand. She goes, "I'll take this."
And he'll just kind of nod and just, well, since if we're talking about rubies, well, I'll be flat out with you. This is the equivalent of 10,000 gold. So, if you want to make change or something like that, I don't know how many rubies you have, and if you have other kinds of gems.
How many rubies would that be for 10,000?
2 rubies.
2
rubies. Okay, Xanthi will grab 2 rubies. He will immediately present them and put them in his hand.
So casual about it too.
Will hand it over to you.
What are the
So you
other
have
things too?
Give me a moment. The next thing that he picks up is the amulet.
What is the wand called?
Oops. Hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button again.
Clucky starts
The
benching
wand
himself.
of... just put wild magic wand for now.
Okay.
Oh no, my Discord froze. Can't see what was said. We'll get back to it later. Anyway. There it is. Gotcha. He holds up the amulet and he says, the more I think about it, the more I should probably use this actually. But I have my own charms about me. But anyway, this kind of makes it a little bit easier if you're trying to, lie to somebody, if you're trying to kind of hide what you're trying to do in a more social nature. The boots that you just got, like those will help you in a physical nature. This will help you be hidden in a more talky nature.
Didn't people say that kind of magic stuff is illegal?
Huh? What do you mean?
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I never do. Worrying doesn't pay well. Anyway, so there's that. He picks up the potion bottle. And he says, there are a lot of things out there that are really scary. This one actually might be useful for you. And pretty much this will kind of give you the ability to overcome that, like adults do with alcohol, but this isn't alcoholic, trust me, so you can drink it. But yeah, so it's that idea. It'll kind of give you the strength to kind of persevere through pretty much anything. He sets it down. He goes, this one. Now these ones I definitely should not even be selling because, I'll definitely have to take your names down for this one because if you come back in here and you're still wearing these, we can't do business. Anyway, here, and kind of like puts one on his hand, looks over at you and just goes, I don't know if you've heard this one before, but there's something behind your ear. And he reaches and there is a copper coin in his hand.
How'd you do that?
Well, normally I could do this with just, my normal wiles and finger dexterity. However, these gloves will do that for free, and then he just kind of like closes his fist and then pops it out, and then there are 3, in between his fingers, there are 3 copper coins.
That's really cool.
Yeah, here. And he hands one of the coins to you. And it is a real, as much as you can tell. Actually, you know what? Make an intelligence check.
This child is getting spoiled.
No? That's a real
I rolled a 4, and I don't have much to add to it, so.
Those are real ass copper coins. They clink and everything.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I don't know how useful it is though, like in practicality.
And he
It's a good
takes them
trick
off.
though.
It is. It could be useful. It's completely up to you. Sets them down. Picks up the other bottle, which is a elixir. And he goes, now this is a tough one. All right. This is a really tough one. I don't know if you can be trusted with this one. Her, maybe. The chicken, definitely not. You, I don't know.
Why not?
Because you have so much future ahead of you. I don't know exactly what this will show.
What do you mean?
This lets you see a point in time in the future. I'm just gonna let that marinate.
That's Patrick, not much of me.
Yeah, and he just kind of sets it back down, not wanting to ask what the whole petrichor thing is. It's beyond him. I need to roll to see if, because he's been demoing things, I need to see how dumb he is. Pretty dumb. He picks up the cloak, unfurls it, and he goes, this one, okay, hang on. And he takes his cloak off, hangs it up, puts this one on, takes a moment, and he goes, alrighty, I got you. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. It's this kind of sort of like dark green cloak that hangs down. It's not exactly, it's kind of unassuming, but he walks up, he looks at Cloak, he goes, all right, you punch me in the face.
Are you sure, Thorn?
Oh, I'm absolutely sure.
Do it.
All right. You asked for it. He stretches it a little bit. And
Xanthi's
goes.
watching like eagerly. She wants to see this guy get punched in the fucking face.
That's a 16 with an unarmed strike.
It's a 16 with an unarmed strike?
Yep.
Oh, I actually wasn't about to ask you to make an attack roll. I was going to actually ask you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, shit. Okay. You can do that. Strength saving throw. That's even better. All right. That's a lot better. 22.
Oh, damn. Okay, so you're going to see what this does, but it's going to be hysterical. As Clucky reaches back to punch Jerry right in the face, he's just got this big grin on his face, and as Clucky's fist is going towards him, the cloak whips around and wraps around Clucky's arm, which would have stopped him, but you do actually punch Jerry the Goose in the face. Go ahead and roll that.
As it happened, Riley's just like, it's like Doctor Strange's cloak.
Xanthi is like, she is hysterically laughing. Like she has lost her fucking shit.
It's a flat 7 bludgeoning.
Okay, so it's hysterical because he's still wearing this cloak. So it wraps around your arm. You make contact with his face. He goes to fall backwards. And because he's still wearing the cloak, kind of gets ricocheted back up, like kind of bounces back onto his feet and stumbles. He goes, ah! Oh! Oh my God!
You told me to punch you straight, little man.
Lucky, this thing is like wrapping around you like a boa constrictor. And you are restrained. Not really restrained, but like, yes, it is holding on to you.
Oh, that was a good one, Clucky. Oh man.
It makes sense that
Does
while
it let
most
you fly?
it makes sense that while most people own pets, like have pet partners, that Clucky the animal has their pet is actually a cloak.
Well, with this, he just kind of like takes a moment, like rubs his face a little bit, and goes, all right. I mean, well, I've showed you, all right, fine, get off. And he's like yanking on the cloak to try to get it off your arm, and eventually it comes off. And goes, goodness, all right. And then he goes to take it off, and it seems like it's like trying to still hang on to him. And he's like, no. Takes cloak off, folds it back up, sits down. Goes, usually better with my demonstrations. I apologize. I should not have asked you to punch me. That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. And I know that now.
You could have asked literally anybody else, but you asked the strongest member.
It would have been more impressive that way, you know? Anyway, you can see
I thought it was a great demonstration.
Thank you. Somebody cares for my pain.
Don't.
Don't. Let me believe. Let me believe.
So does he actually like shush her like that?
Not like right. He's not within 5 feet of you. You've threatened him more than once in this entire conversation. So it's just in your direction.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. For what it's worth, you got a strong jaw. Well done.
Yeah, I definitely do. I'm not about to go
You should
and
test
talk
that
to a
theory
healer.
again, Clucky.
Oh, don't. Please don't. Please. I'm
I don't
begging
want
you
to hurt
not
him.
to. He doesn't want to hurt me. He already did. Anyway. He picks up the ring, which is a unassuming brass ring. And he goes, this one I actually used to wear because it kind of helped me when I was getting started. You can call it a good luck charm, if you will. And we'll kind of leave it at that. Yeah? Yeah. I can't really demonstrate this, but...
I mean, just saying it's a good luck charm is like telling someone that a 4-leaf clover is a good luck charm, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's actually magical.
No, a 4-leaf clover is a good luck charm, but like... Yeah, it's not magical. This one is magical, though. I deal in magical stuff. Everything in the shop is magical. All right? Everything that I give people is magical in some way, shape, or form.
So we'll call out from the front room. He's not lying.
The chair he's sitting on is probably magical.
Okay.
Is it? He kind of like peeks out and goes, I don't think that one is. Maybe.
I want it so bad.
Does Clucky make a reaction?
No, he has no. He has. I, as the player, want so bad. Clucky has no interest in any of this material stuff. He was piqued. His interest was piqued by the self-moving cloak, but that's about it.
And if Clucky is back in the room, Xanthi is going to reach into the bag of holding that they have, and she's going to pull out the immovable stick, and she will hand it to him. So Clucky can just go play with his stick.
Maybe teach him how to use it first.
Teach him how to use it first, please.
Okay.
Don't teach him.
She'll take a moment and she goes, Clucky, do you see this button? You boop the button, and then the stick doesn't move. See? And she's going to hold it up. She's going to hit the button, and she goes, see, now it's not going to move. And then she hits the button again, and she goes, now it moves after you boop the button. Here, you try it. And she's going to hand it over to him.
Now that I know how it works, it just seems pointless.
Well, I already bought it, so it's yours, buddy.
I love this. This is perfect. You killed the magic. It's over.
He sets it down on the counter in front of Saul as he sits down.
I'm gonna say that Barrow takes it.
Being paid for.
I paid for this shit. We're gonna fucking use it.
Clucky was enamored by it just because he didn't understand it. Now he understands it. He's like, "Oh, that's fucking stupid."
The magic spell.
So
she'll just look at Clucky and be like, "You can do pull-ups on it if you want to."
What's a pull-up?
So like
when you can lift your own body over the pole with your arm. It's like pulling your body up over.
Like when I perched up on it? I did that.
Never mind. I'll show you later, Clucky. Or I'll try to. I don't know if I can do it.
CrossFit with Xanthi.
So anyway, the next thing that he picks up you know those like cheap plastic Halloween masks that are just plain one color? This is one of those masks. It's a white one. It does have, not the elastic band in the back. It is, like a nice leather strap. You're just gonna go, this one here, this one's pretty fun. Watch this. And he pulls it down over his face, and as soon as it does, you are no longer looking at Jerry the Goose. You are looking at somebody else.
Yeah, buddy!
It's like instantly being able to change. That's so cool.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that just the weirdest thing?
Xanthi is gonna turn to Riley and just be like, "Do you want it? Are you actually gonna use it if I buy it?"
I mean, if I don't use it, someone else will.
I mean, they would be pretty useful for Clucky.
I will be upfront because I'm not trying to swindle you. You cannot change into a specific person. This mask will quite literally change you into somebody that you've never seen. So,
Okay.
Still useful, but well, some people will try to use something like this to, I'm going to try to impersonate this person. No, it's not going to do that, but you can be other people.
I mean, we never know people long enough to be able to impersonate, so...
Question is, would it work on a chicken?
Why wouldn't it? Wait, that was
again just
why wouldn't it?
turn to Riley and just be like, "Do you want it, Riley? Because if you want it, I will get it for you." Xanthi is going to turn to...
Marlo is the sugar daddy of the party now.
This is not the kind of upbringing that Borrow would offer, but here we are.
I am not the mother in this scenario. Yes, I am the recovering alcoholic aunt who is replacing her alcoholism with spoiling the child.
Wholesome.
Would you rather her go out on a fucking binge?
The funny thing is, if this was Petrichor, we would have been done already.
Petrichor, no, I'm done. No, we don't.
Riley's gonna end up developing a last name Kardashian at this point.
So Xanthi is gonna turn to Goose and go, "Okay, Gary, how much is this gonna be?"
Well, I mean, we're almost done.
How about this? I'll give you 1 gem for it.
We pay for it at the end. Let him finish.
Yeah, I do bulk deals. You can get a nice percentage off. Trust me, I do all the math myself. Anyway,
okay.
He sets the dice right down and he goes, "All right, this is the last thing that I have to show you." And unfortunately, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know too much. I just know what I was told. And he picks it up and it's a scroll and he goes, "Now, I dare not read it because I don't know much, but what I do know is that when you read a scroll, something happens, like a magical scroll. Any scroll that just has letters on it, that's whatever. But like a magical scroll, when you read it, it does the thing. So this one, I am told, when you read it, will summon a powerful creature for you."
Insight?
Sure.
Can you control it?
He just kind of like goes, I mean, why else would you summon it?
Well, I know a lot of people who would, not summon, like use creatures, but like they couldn't control them because they were like wild. They weren't like their thing.
That's a very good
thing.
I mean, again, but somebody made this for a reason, and I don't think somebody would, summon something that's going to kill them.
You would be surprised.
So what you're saying is I could fight it?
Will you buy it if I say yes?
Xanthi is gonna look at him and just be like, "Look, so this is a bit of a wild card. We're buying a lot of things here at your shop, and I know you're a bit of a bargaining kind of man, aren't you?
You're gosh darn right.
We're buying all this, and we really don't know. Like, this could be something, like the child said, this could be something that we summon and could kill us, or Clucky would have to fight it. Either that, or it could. Like, you haven't even used this product. It couldn't summon anything at all.
Well, of course I'm not going to use it. It's going to be gone.
He just said that you use it and it's poof gone.
Yeah.
Well, how are we even supposed to trust the fact that this is actually going to work?
Why wouldn't?
How about this? Since we don't know, you do not know if this product is efficient or not. How about you just throw it in for free.
Oh. With the rest of the items?
Mama Xanthe using her wiles.
For
party.
I don't know the word.
for free.
Goose doesn't know the meaning.
Nancy just kind of raises a brow. She goes, "Don't you choke now."
Oh my god.
I would. Gracious.
Soul from the front room after drawing one of the cards, looking at it like deep breaths, Gary. Deep breaths. And then
Clucky's craning his neck over to try and see what kind of card Soul is
I'm in
holding.
the front room. You guys are in the back room right now.
No, Clucky came out to you because he got bored of this fucking shopping spree.
They
He's like,
literally
"Fuck this shit."
destroyed the one magic trick the poor thing was excited about. It's mourning right now.
Yeah, he's upset about the immovable rod. So he's like trying to find interest in what you're doing now.
Well, the card that was drawn was the moon. So more on that later.
Interesting. Xanthe. With this, he just goes, I'm very sorry. I don't give. Literally, you got your free thing. That's your complimentary water bottle.
Because you need thirsty. Sorry.
Gotta stay hydrated. Listen, I may be a jokester, but something that I take very seriously is hydration. All right?
Something I take very seriously is making sure that I get the product that I pay for.
And you will when you pay for it.
I'm afraid, Xanthe, in this case, it will be just a matter of choosing to gamble. Whether or not it is
We
something
could
you want to
just
risk.
not get it.
Indeed.
All right, let's just leave it at that.
I mean, you could not get it. Somebody else might buy it. I mean, it's whatever. But I mean, if you want it, I'm letting you see it because I like you. You have a lot of money that you want to spend, so you see the secret stock.
If it's something I can fight, it must be a worthy trading partner.
Chicken wants to fight.
We also do not know, Clucky, how mighty it might be or how dangerous it could be for the rest of us.
It may or may not be as powerful as Aristina Shadewalker.
Wait, what?
It would
The
be.
You said it may or may not be. I'm kidding.
No, the chicken wanted to fight the mark for the heist, and I'm just saying it could something stronger than hers, it could something that's not as strong as her. But I mean, you know, I wish that I could tell you because it sounds like the mystery isn't enthralling for you like it is for some people. But
I don't like mystery. I like to know what I'm getting.
Well, I mean, I do my best. But, you know, magic is a mystery to us all, is it not?
You're
The
extremely
broken one
obnoxious. Are you
uses
aware of
magic
that?
all the time.
Clucky, do you want it or not?
Aye, let's take it so I can kill whatever it is.
Xanthe sighs. She goes, "We'll fucking buy it."
All right.
I got 2 children.
Of the secret stock, what do we buy?
All of it.
The mask, the dagger, the scroll, the wand.
Hang on, mask.
Scroll.
I'm doing numbers, so like as you say which one it is, I'm writing down numbers.
Yeah, so the mask, the scroll, the dagger, the wand.
The wand. Is that everything? Okay. So him tallying all of that up.
If Xanthi calls him good boy again, we'll get 25% off.
Do it.
Ada. Jesus Christ.
We may need to take a break.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
All right. I think that I got this.
How much we looking at? And watch the scroll be a scroll summoning diva. That's going to be fucking great.
24,000 gold for the lot.
Damn!
So, how much is an emerald in gold?
1,000.
Okay.
So
Xanthi-
rubies are 5,000.
5,000.
Emeralds are 1.
So 4 rubies to 4 emeralds.
All right.
24 or 28.
I already gave him 2 rubies for the wand.
Yes, so then you can, the wand is included in that price.
Okay. She will.
So 4 rubies.
So she would just have to pay him 2 more rubies to complete the deal, correct?
4 rubies, 4 emeralds to complete
So 2.
everything.
4 rubies, 4 emeralds.
Yeah.
So it would be, since you already gave him 2, it would be 2 rubies, 4 emeralds. I got it. It's written down.
Okay, so Xanthi will take out the according gemstones and she will hand them over to Goose and she will place them in his hands.
He very gingerly takes them, one at a time. He goes, all right, okay, yeah.
With
All
that,
right.
so I have my inventory. I'm writing things down. How many potions of healing did we get, and what kinds are they?
4 greater healing potions. And then, that would have finished off the first ruby that you guys were even talking about. Before the second ruby popped up, so the large ones, he said that he had 2 of them, which those, I forget, I believe that it's superior is the next highest one.
Yep.
And those ones were 5,000 apiece. So each one would have been 1 ruby. I don't know if you're taking both of them. It's up to you guys. And then he had 1 supreme potion of healing, which that was going to be, it would have been two rubies for the 1.
Potions
Alright.
are so expensive.
Okay,
They are.
What was it called? Supreme?
Supreme
so-
and superior.
I got the superiors.
So we now have 11 emeralds and 28 rubies.
10 emeralds and 26 rubies.
Okay, 10 emeralds and 26 rubies.
I am now done.
All right. Xanthi,
So-
upon final transaction, she's going to just turn to Riley and just be like, is there anything else you need, or do you think we're covered?
No, I'm good. Do I get to keep the bag?
Yeah, the bag was included in all of that.
No, I mean, like, I'm talking to her. Can I carry the bag?
Of course you can carry the bag, as long as it doesn't make you lag behind or get in the way of anything, okay? All right. And she's going to secure the bag to Riley, just kind of make sure it's
Riley's gonna put her bag inside of the bag because it's a normal ass fucking bag.
And she's going to make sure it's just nice and tight on Riley and then walk them out to the front of the store. Well, I think we're finally done shopping here.
Can I go fucking kill something now?
Baru's gonna have a moment where he's actually going to ask, perhaps these are not things that would find themselves into a store such as this, but are there any tomes or manuals of monasteries and other practices that you may have?
Where are my books? Where are my books? Ah, he walks over. There is, in fact, a bookshelf that he just doesn't frequent. Starts looking through, and he's just like, go ahead, give me a d20 roll, and we're going to see if he does.
D20.
Yes.
You got this, Borrow. I believe in you.
That's an 11.
He pulls a book out, leather bound. Definitely some sort of very intricate design work along the cover and the spine. And he just kind of looks at it and he goes, I don't know for sure, but I mean, I'm not a big reader, but all the other ones like definitely seem more magic-y. This one seems more philosophical. Which one of y'all reads for this guy?
I can. Xanthi. So can I read it first and foremost? What's it in?
Borrow would also attempt to, if possible, to like trace the cover.
So he hands it over to Xanthi, and when you kind of open it, what languages does Xanthi speak?
Xanthi, I know she speaks Draconic, not very well, but
Riley will also be peeking over to see what it is, even though they know they can't read it, but maybe Petrichor can.
So Xanthi speaks Abyssal, Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Infernal. Nope. Xanthi looks at it and she goes, yeah, I can't read this.
Is it in Celestial?
Nope.
Ah. Like the one language Clucky knows?
KJ? Nope. Borrow? What languages do you speak?
Just common and undercommon.
Interesting. What I will say, though, is when you put your hand on the page, you feel something that is not there.
Wait, what?
And when you say something,
What does my
It feels
seeing
like
fingers
it could
see?
be a script of some type. It's not one that you know at the moment.
It's hidden. It's coded?
okay.
But it does seem to, the reason why I say is you feel something that's not there is because it feels like it is something solid just above the page.
Interesting. So it has like it's like you would be able to trace it.
Actually, I'm changing my mind, but I'm going to keep what I said. As you start to trace it, this is going to be my out. There is one line of script that you're feeling that you don't know what it is. The next line, give me a, we're gonna call it a perception check. You know what? Yeah, we're just gonna call it a perception check for the sake of ease.
I'm gonna cast guidance of myself if allowed.
Yes.
Smack himself in the back of the head.
23.
23.
Damn, dog.
It takes you a moment as you're feeling the second one. You're like, well, this isn't the same. And it takes you a moment, but you do feel letters in the common script that, with a 23, appear to be spaced out in correlation with the script that you cannot read.
So they're like in between?
As you feel around, this pattern continues, and you do believe that after every line written in whatever this script is, there is then a translation written in common.
In Braille form.
Smash.
Okay. Any particular words that I'll be able to trace? Or like are the trace, like, are the letters of the common traceable?
Yeah, they are, and I will say with what you rolled, it just takes a second for you to kind of like figure out what it says. Hang on. Do you want me to say it out loud? That which you messaged me?
No.
Oh, you
Then I will just say, you
son of a goose.
know what it says. You're goddamn right, son of a goose.
Noted.
How dare you keep secrets from us?
Whispers.
Clucky has no secrets from the party.
Look as a child.
Except from Soul. You haven't told him everything.
I love it.
I will back up in our private chat here for a second. KJ, I, through D&D Beyond, do not have access to two of the items that you have listed that you have not purchased, but one of them I do, and there would be a deck of cards on the shelf. There would actually be 2 decks of cards on the shelf.
Oh, shit.
The other ones I don't have access to if they are official material. So, I mean, if they are actual things and they are uncommon items, like I said previously, they would also be here.
Yeah, they're all. I think the ones that you might not have access to are from Critical Role stuff.
I could probably find them then. But yeah, they probably do exist just before we actually like add them and stuff. They might be added in the in the campaign. So if that's the case, then I'll see them when you add them to your character sheet. But yeah.
Yeah, that deck is the only other thing that me as a player is interested in, but Riley wouldn't fucking know.
There's 2 decks.
You know what? Just because, why the fuck not? Riley sees the decks and just says, "You have playing cards?"
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? They're cards.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like, this is not just going to be regular playing cards, you know.
So they do things too?
Yeah, everything here does something.
What do they do?
But I mean, why do you assume that things in here are not magical? Look, everything.
I don't come from a place that has anything magical, so it's new to me.
That's all well and good. But here, look at this. And he reaches over and he grabs a hand axe and he goes, "Watch!" And he tosses it, and it lands flat on the ground. He goes, "Okay, so that doesn't do anything, but pretty much everything here does something."
Well, I don't come from a place that does things, so you know.
He looks over and he goes, "Which deck?"
The right one first.
Flip a coin.
Oh shit! It's good that I have my coin.
Oh boy.
Hey, 1 or 20? Someone call it.
Just
20.
1. It was a bad flip. It fumbled in my hand, though.
He looks at the deck, and he looks at you, and he goes, "I don't think you're ready for that."
What is it? Just give me like a name. Tell me what it does.
I'll be honest. I don't even know why this is on display.
Wait, you can't say stuff like that. What is it? What does it do?
I really listen. I'll be the first person to say I'm a shady dude, and even I am not sure.
Please.
Well,
I'll roll persuasion if I have to.
go ahead.
Oh,
A skill that I have that I never get to use.
Okay. Fun. That's a natural 20 for 23.
well, the dice have spoken.
The baby gets what the baby wants.
The pouty eyes are all.
Fully puppy dog eyes.
It will definitely go to their head. To their head.
He looks over to see how far away Xanthi is, and Taylor, to the player, I'm not going to use this as as I take creative agency for a moment just to make this moment happen. I promise you nothing bad is going to happen to the child. Xanthi looking over at a shelf, not quite paying attention just for this moment. Jerry leans down into Riley's ear and says, "That deck of cards does many things." And that's where we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Nice.
While the players go insane and debate the moral
And this is how we all
obligations
die.
of if they want to do anything about this. So
Not with combat.
Bye. And we're back. Well, most of us are back, it seems. Some people don't know how long 10 minutes is, but either way.
Because it's technically only 9 minutes.
Sus.
What the fucking foot?
Technically true. But
Anyway. Either way.
Quit yelling at me. I just went to the bathroom.
how dare you? How dare you?
We are back. Once again, we are To Be Diced Adventures. This is our presentation of the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. And we absolutely love doing this every Wednesday night, as often as we can. Few things coming up. Numero uno. We are once again doing Frontiers of Eberron, DM'd by the great Michael St. Gregory, who is the producer of our show. All of the graphics and stuff that we have here, putting together this whole stream, all the fancy bits that we have, and how it all works is because of that individual. Either through the things that he has done, or him actually telling us how to do some of it, because I'm kind of technologically inept in some ways and shapes and forms. But that being said, yes, he is the GM for Frontiers of Eberron, which will be bi-weekly. Our next session, double checking, the 26th of November, right on that Thanksgiving weekend. So you can go into your turkey coma and you can awake 2 days later, much like a certain depiction of a popular deity. And when you wake up, we will have some crazy cowboyish adventures. Furthermore, again, double checking the dates, which, I should probably prepare things that I do for these announcement stuffs. Looks like December 13th, which is a Wednesday, we will not be doing the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. We shall instead be doing a... What term are we using? Co-stream?
Partner. It's a partnership with Valiant Adventures, debuting the return of Holiday Rogues Gallery, a crossover event that's taking place outside of the established canon of the Holiday Rogues, but going to be, instead of being DM'd by me, DM'd by Michael St. Gregory, for some epic Midgard adventure.
Absolutely.
Favorite holiday patrons.
Oh yeah.
If you go to Daddy Tarzan 82855 on TikTok, he dropped our first promotional piece, which is epic. We have a couple more that we've done, and we might get a few more, and we'll release them in a timely fashion just to tantalize the senses.
Up to the day of the event.
Exactly. And you know what? Just in case anybody out there is doing this, since we have talked about it before, and because I don't do this normally, I am going to be at a convention at the end of this month, which is PAX Unplugged. So if you're seeing this and you're going, or you know somebody that's going, you can come say hi.
Where is this convention located?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, through December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. PAX Unplugged. Keynote speaker, Matthew Mercer himself. Live plays from, if you follow shows like, Faster Purple Worm, Kill, Acquisitions Incorporated, and Legends of Adventurous, all people who are going to be there. They didn't pay me to promote this, but god damn it, they should. Anyway.
Could you do me a favor and give me a strand of Matt Mercer's hair for me, please? Thank you.
No, it's going to be mine. We have to put the mats together, and then we're going to fuse and become one super being.
The Pungeon Master with Matt
As long as
Mercer.
you do the Dragon Ball fusion dance.
You know what? I probably could talk him into that. And then afterwards, we have to go find Matt Colville. And then we do it again and become even more powerful. And we just absorb all of the mats.
Now, be sure to do the dance right, otherwise
No,
we'll
we
go wrong.
are Matt. We are Legion.
We are many.
Absolutely.
Love it.
Speaking of,
So yeah. Speaking of many, indeed, I did just drop that on my party, knowing 100% that it could take this carefully curated story that I've made and completely ruin it at the pull of a card.
Oh god.
That's
And you
not
gave
going
it
to
to
be
the one
my
who's
problem.
the most irresponsible.
I didn't give that to anybody. You gotta buy it.
Yeah, I know.
Have you, Clucky?
Listen,
I think you're a strong contender for the most reckless, but Clucky's definitely up there.
We don't need another grog, okay? I'm just saying.
Sandy
Should
is
you
not
bring
as
it up, Pete?
reckless as she used to be. She's still angry, but
I think with the fact that Jerry simply said this deck does many things, Riley gets visibly like, what does the other deck do? Since you don't want to tell me what this one does.
Well, and also does many things, but like I know more specifically what that one does. That one, you pick a card from it and you can toss it, and it will make an illusion appear. I would demonstrate, but it's one of those things that you use it and then it's gone. So like, I think that I got like 7 cards of that one. So yeah, I mean, use them sparingly if you wanted to buy them and stuff, but like sometimes it's kind of, I can't tell you what it's going to be, but again, it's some other sort of random thing, but it does make an illusion of some kind for sure.
You only have 7 cards. It's not even a full deck.
You let me decide what a deck is, okay?
Listen, a deck has a certain amount of cards in it. That's just how it goes.
How many cards?
So- Really?
How many cards? How many
We're
cards?
gonna
No.
We're gonna do this? Really?
Yeah. How many cards does this deck have?
How many
Tell me how
cards
many-
in a deck?
it's
How many cards are in a deck?
52.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
in a normal deck of solitaire,
Mm-hmm.
What's solitaire?
Clacky, it's a game you play with cards. Like you have a queen, you have the ace.
Do you kill the king and queen?
No, you play the game.
Sometimes. So you could play war.
Well, it's you don't kill them. You
I'm sorry.
trade the card.
call
You
it
get the
game.
card.
Jared, did you say war with cards?
Yeah,
You've never played war with cards?
What? No.
Why would you play
A
war
deck has
with
52
cards?
cards in it, by the way.
Are the cards
If
sharp?
you're not counting jokers.
That's true.
What about tarot decks? They have a different number of cards.
I said specifically a deck that you can play solitaire with. I
But
did
you
specify.
started out by saying decks have a certain number of cards, but different types of decks have different number
So,
of cards.
Matt, would you
And
say
this
if
deck
you
is
and the
7.
baby are arguing, would Xanthi have heard this and be walking over?
Absolutely, yes.
Xanthi is like walking over. She puts she stands behind Riley. She puts a shoulder on her, on them, and just goes, "Is there a problem here?"
Yeah, I like that.
Don't talk to me or my child again.
He's
Not a
saying that
problem,
a deck
just
of cards only has 7 cards in it, but I'm telling him it's 52 cards. Or at
Well,
least
this
in one
deck
of these
has
decks.
7 cards.
That's not a very
Seems
big
like
deck.
a really lame deck
It's more
of
of a
cards.
It's
collection
not
of cards.
about the size of the deck. Sometimes
Are
it's
we
about
all-
what you can do with the deck.
Are we all ready to move
Your
on?
mother knows.
I
She's
didn't
not
really
my
know my
mom.
mother. She's dead.
Not
Oh.
your mom.
She's not my mom.
So pointed ears. What are you doing with these cards? By the way, is there are you taking like herbal ingredients or something to be as tall as you are?
No.
How do you get that big?
This session brought to you by Miracle Grow.
Right. I suppose I was born this way. I don't know. I actually
It would be cool.
don't
to be that
remember.
tall.
I don't remember at all. If I was... Huh. Interesting. Well, these cards. Well, we were talking about a heist, so I thought. I don't typically do this because I don't particularly like fortune telling, but since it's so important,
Oh, I can kind of do that myself as well.
can you? Well, I only have these cards. They're called tarot cards, as I believe our beloved Goose here has spoken about.
I know things.
You'll see before him, he had pulled up one of the side tables, and there's 3 cards placed, and you'll hold one of them up. There we go, camera. This is the moon.
Hi, you guys. It's just like the one outside. I understand that. Yeah.
Kind of, yes. And he'll fumble in his notes because he's not like a practiced fortune teller, but yes.
Not Taylor getting a deck of cards and starting to shuffle.
Right. Basically, the moon means facing and allowing deep-seated fears to dissolve in the light of your awareness. Remove words from the mind and breathe. And then you'll hold up the second one, the 8 of strength.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 8 of strength.
Typically, flip through his notes again. Typically, the 8 of strength means going with the flow and adapting to change. Hold the goal loosely and enjoy the journey. The 3rd, strength. Basically means your ability to move through fear and find the unshakable power within yourself. And he'll place his hands on the table and just like basically what these cards are telling me is that we should go with the flow and do this heist, I guess. Something good might come of it. Some unspeakable power might be unlocked in one of us.
My papa taught me to read bones. Similarly, it seems to what you do. And he pulls out his little satchel that's filled with like little animal bones and whatnot. He told me I just throw the bones out and it'll reveal a message to me. Typically, if I think of a course of action 30 minutes prior and I ask these bones, they'll tell me if it's a good idea or not. But it's worked so far since I've used it.
Yes, typically these cards that I have here typically always are spot on. So, albeit they are vague. So,
it's your a gift of future thing is interesting to me.
Oh, it's not me. I just asked Misfortune.
Who's that?
Misfortune.
Is she here?
No, she's not. Typically, it's up to belief. I'm not sure if she actually speaks through these cards, but I like to think so, and especially seeing as how every time I've used them, it's always been right. I believe that she might exist. What I was told is Misfortune's just a deity that wanders the cosmos, who has very well tapped into time. So
maybe I could get a lesson or two from you on how to do it myself. It would be something I would be interested.
All you have to do is ask. Matt, does Soul recognize the deck of many things?
Make an Arcana check.
I will. Don't have to tell me twice.
Make an Arcana check. I did. I
Xanthi
told you the
is still just very much by Riley, just staring
The
down
entire
sky.
time, Riley's still arguing with him about the fact that 7 cards is not enough cards to dictate a full deck of cards.
And Xanthi also like totally agrees because 7, like, it's not even 10 cards; it's only 7.
I'm sorry, it's not my fault.
Laura, listening to what Saul mentioned, like as they bring the whole thing about misfortune and all that stuff, and thinking about his own path and practices, he actually steps outside, and he just goes down the stairs, feet on the ground of the street, and he just becomes really still as it just decides to try to listen to the wind.
It's been a minute. Okay. All right. Okay.
Here we
Long
go.
time no see, Borrow.
That was
Oh, hi.
that was a 15 for a 23.
23.
He knows
There's
his
definitely
magic.
something about it.
I mean, I would hope so.
You don't know what it's about, but there's something about it. The other one you get, he's talking about a deck of illusions, which, if you can find a whole deck,
Good luck.
there's... Let me see. A full deck is 34 cards, but you don't often find a full deck. So, yes, he's trying to pawn off a deck of 7 as full.
Soul feels strangely drawn to this deck, being that he's someone who has traveled in the astral plane, kind of feel something that affects how time and causality happens. So he's gonna place his hands on the table and stand. Gary, how much do you want for those? Jerry, how much do you want for those cards? And he'll point to the deck of anything.
I mean, I really shouldn't.
Well, if you're not going to use them, why keep them?
Let's put it this way. If those cards are what I think they are, they're better off in my hands than yours.
And you
Are
know
they?
you always like to make a quick buck, don't you?
This isn't exactly a quick buck. This is...
He doesn't even want to tell me what the freaking cards do.
I told you what they do. They do many things.
That's not very specific. A lot of cards, even normal card
Neither
decks, do
are
many
the
things.
cards. A normal deck of cards, you could play solitaire, you could play blackjack, you could play poker. They do many things.
But that's
These are-
literally any fucking card. You said these are a special magical deck, but you wouldn't tell me what they do.
First of all, language. Second of all, I can't tell you because the possibilities are mind-boggling. And I have never been more serious in my life than talking to a 6-year-old about like this.
I'm 10, not 6.
Semantics.
And just actually folds their arms and walks away.
Jerry, I will give you the other 2 stones that I've collected from our guests just for these cards.
That isn't enough. If I had to put a price on these, which I shouldn't, we're talking easily 6 figures.
Indeed. How would you like a broom of your very own?
You trying to say my shop's not clean?
No, I'm talking about a magical broom. You know, the ones that we are all not supposed to have.
Who says we're not supposed to have them? He points on the wall,
No.
and there is a broom.
Well, is it a lesser quality than the ones that Soul has?
It is a standard, make, model, whatever you want, but it is technically, magically speaking, a normal broom of flying.
Brooms
Yours
that I have,
are custom.
the brooms that I have in my possession are either blessed or cursed or magically endowed brooms. They do more than just flying. And one of our guests here has actually already purchased one of them.
I mean, that's all well and good, but if you think you know what you think you know,
I know that left in your hands, they might end up in someone's who don't have the most savory methods.
Yeah? And then they're going to be irresponsible, and then that's their problem.
Indeed. And if they're in my possession, at least that could be mitigated.
I could fight you for them.
I don't take bets that I know I'm going to lose.
Come on, you know he is right. It's best that it be in his hands instead of some other idiots, especially like yourself.
Listen, that deck is fine in my hands because I know what it is and what it can do. I mean, if you really want to pay for it, by all means, you can go for it.
Out of context, we never actually discussed how much Soul actually has.
No, we didn't, because you are a business owner in a very magical and very wealthy city. So, could you pay the price for this? I mean, you're not walking around with that kind of cash.
No.
Like some people. Xanthi.
I'd say now he hasn't had any business dealings with the council, but he has had with many of the noble families that reside there, with either researching an item or repairing. So
You
theoretically,
could
yeah,
probably liquidate a few things to get the. He just said 6 figures. I am saying as the Dimension Master, 250,000 gold. Could you do it? Yes. Not right now. Like, you'd have to go move some things around.
Yep.
And would it be worth it?
Only time would tell. This is all to be diced.
roll the intro. Roll the intro.
Let me do a D20. And now I will give you an exact answer.
And you can, by all means, like, try whatever wiles you have to see if you can negotiate, but he knows what he has. He's not going to buy it?
No, because he sees how intent he is on holding on to the cards, and he knows that even if he did pay the sum, he probably won't even release the cards. So he's going to abstain from buying them and say, fine, Jerry, do what you want.
I always do.
I suppose leaves me a little bit of unease knowing that these cards are in your possession, but you do good work despite yourself. So
Just a bunch of pieces of paper. I don't see what the big deal is.
A wise person that I have not met in person once said, I'm sure it's fine.
All right, can we go check out this crucible or Coliseum or whatever it is you called it? Bone? Coliseum?
When Riley got upset and turned away, they just kind of wandered to the door and have been watching Borrow.
I'm ready to go fight something.
The Bone Pit.
Bone Pit.
Yes.
Barrow has just been standing outside, quiet, very, very still. His head slightly tilting from time to time, very, very subtle, as if he's just trying to catch the sense of direction.
I'd very much like an opportunity to try and challenge this Shade Watcher. Sounds like a worthy battle.
So, my friends, are we saying no to the heist then?
I would like to take this opportunity with our blind monk and see what the winds might say.
Ooh.
Victor,
Yee.
roll a D100.
Let's go.
39.
you begin listening to the winds and how they change, the ebb and flow, much like a tide, but it is the currents of the air moving through this dimension. And with it, they carry a little piece of this entire world that you could not hope to explore every moment of, just like you could not hope to explore every moment of the world that you come from. And what you think of is how, when the wind blows, it carries these moments, these pieces, be it figurative or literal, like a snowflake in a blizzard or a leaf on a calm autumn breeze, and how no matter what it is or where it came from, it always lands whatever it's carrying right where it is destined to be.
Barrow is actually going to grab his, as he's holding his staff, he, at arm's length, puts it right in front of him, holding it really steady, completely straight up. And he's sensing the wind, and then he just lets it go to see in which direction it falls.
The discussion in the shop is interrupted by the loud snapping sound of wood impacting stone. If I'm being honest, you're outside the shop, yes?
Mhm.
Or are you just kind of, okay, you're outside the shop. If I'm being honest, as far as Barrow is concerned, it has fallen and has chosen a direction. You don't know the city, but it has fallen. You know where it's pointing, or like which direction it might be. But what are you going to do now?
Barrow tilts his head toward the shop. So,
With the passive perception of 24, Soul would have already been at the doorway because he had heard the falling hole. Yes. What is
and
it?
you see Barrow at that point, just with a very graceful gesture of his foot, he just places the foot on top of the staff, rolls it back and then up and kicks it and just grabs it on his hand, then like spins it and holds it. And then he just points in the direction that it fell. And he just goes, "Where does that path lead?"
He is pointing almost directly down a street, which winds and descends and curves just slightly from your perspective to the left. But you know that a couple 100 feet in that direction is a gate and a staircase leading to the lower ribs.
You gonna fight some bitches in a pit?
The color in Soul's face kind of goes pale a little bit. It's like he doesn't like going to the lower ribs at all. It's like that path leads further down to the lower ribs, and I don't recommend going there, but
And yet, that is where we must go.
The lower ribs, just to sort of reiterate, so the rib cage is the residential district of Ebenfell, and it is divided, not officially, but unofficially, into the upper and lower ribs. The upper ribs is where the very substantial upper class lives. Now, there isn't much of a lower class in Ebenfell, as there is a lot of opportunity for people to get some sort of job or partake in schooling or whatever the case may be to make some sort of living, be it something tangible or something that they would something artistic in nature. It's why there's so much beauty and things, very nice architecture. There's gorgeous decorations on everything. Every single thing is meticulously crafted by artisans in the city. There is a lower class, some people who haven't quite made it as good as some other people, but they make their living. They do what they need to do. And you know that they don't have it the worst as some people in the city. And if I may, the lower ribs are noted for the Bone Pit, which is both a fight pit and a racetrack. It does both types of events that you can bet on. And that there is also one other place where people generally gather. There's not exactly a lot of, places for entertainment or even places for like eating or anything like that. But the one that people will talk about in the lower ribs is a tavern/inn known as the Mausoleum.
there's the Bone Pit, obviously. Why would the upper class have the Bone Pit up there? So it's down the lower ribs. I don't like going down there too much, just because clientele there, it's just not my taste. Let's put it that way. But if that is where you say we must go, then by all means, I'll lead you there.
Are we all ready?
Aye.
As ready as I'll ever be.
Riley will just move and actually grab Barrow's hand. Aww.
He has a moment where his head sort of tilts in their direction as he feels the hand, and he just sort of gives it a gentle squeeze. And then he will sort of start moving in the direction of the pathway that his staff pointed.
Taking the
Hoping that
child
Saul
to the
will
slums.
guide. Yeah. Listen, the aunt took the child to a fancy ass shopping. I'm gonna take her to see the real world, okay?
If we're being completely historical here, the auntie also took the child to a drug deal.
That's true.
Yeah.
It was the other child, but still the child.
Technically, it was before the child was actually a child.
They were still
So
a
if we-
child. They were
I
just
was
a little child.
disguised as a child at that point in time, so your argument is invalid.
No, if
I mean-
if you do not remember, we actually did not call you a child. We said that you had like a genetic disorder and you didn't want to talk about it.
From a
Well, I
I
technical
don't
standpoint,
think so.
Clucky was
I
the
think
child.
maybe you did, but at that point in time, Petrichor was like, "I'm small
I
enough to
am
be a
baby."
child."
Welcome to the D&D version of Scare Straight.
All right. Clucky would seeing the direction that Barrow would take, is immediately hasten his pace to take point, just to act as the barrier between the party and anybody that would seem unsavory to him.
You're gonna have to step pretty fast because
Xanthi would be
Soul is
taking up the
stepping.
back.
Yeah.
Well, Soul, Clucky doesn't technically really see you as part of the party, so he doesn't really care about where you're at. He cares more about the hatchling, and the broken one, and the blind one.
Fair.
Xanthi would be taking up the back, just trying to make pretty much keeping Barrow and Riley in the middle, while Clucky and Soul are like speed walking, racing each other. And yeah. I'm just kind of imagining they're like kind of vaguely like speed walking, and they're like nudging each other in the shoulder as they're just like speed walking. That is just the image I have.
I need an animated video of this now.
Fucking One Punch Man kind of thing.
Dari's actually going to have a moment where he is actually going to speak to Riley and say, "It seems your world and ours have a lot of very, very, very different things. Tell me, what do you miss the most?"
I mean, there's a lot of things. I could go superficial with it and say, like, the food is a lot. Well, I won't say it's a lot better. We have a bigger variety of things, or at least I haven't been able to try a huge variety here. But, like, you guys don't have pizza? So, like, stuff like that?
That's pizza.
Can't say that I know the name.
Exactly. That's the thing. You guys don't have music that's the same. Like, I used to have an MP3 player, and I don't have that anymore because you guys don't have stuff like that here, and you know it was taken away from me during anyway. You guys don't have movies. You guys don't know any movies.
I'm afraid we do not. I would love to learn about them.
Yeah, movies are a lot of fun. I've made a lot of references to movies, and you guys have no idea what I'm talking about. But regardless, then I could get into more like actual sentimental topics, where I could say, you know, my family. But, you know, they're gone.
Well, I do not know how it works in your world, but depending on your beliefs and how you choose to live life, there may not be such thing as gone. Sometimes there may be more than what we actually are able to perceive. And sure, I'm sure it's not as comforting as holding someone's hand. But there have been many people that I have met throughout my life who are no longer here. And even though I cannot speak to them as I once did, I still feel them with me sometimes.
You know that when you sing, it reminds me of my dad. My mom and dad used to sing to me all the time. Lullabies, mainly, you know, to help me sleep. But
my mother did the same.
I also I get to get into some trouble now, but not the same kind of innocent trouble that I used to with Skylar. But his hijinks and his heists, they weren't real heists, but, you know, we'd go around, convince some of the other kids that we lived close to come and do stuff with us, and sometimes we wouldn't get caught, but sometimes we would. So sometimes we'd get in trouble.
So it seems that you have the opportunity to ensure whatever it is that you wish to remain of who your family was. What would you like for people to remember about them?
Well, you guys didn't really know them.
which is why it's up to you to make sure that we get to know them through you.
I mean, I kind of had like.
Matt, we've never fully discussed the amount of time that Riley was in the castle.
No, we did not. It, we just said that Riley was about 10.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
I will leave it up to you and give you these options on what you believe would best fit Riley and their family. Being that either they were new additions to the castle, being the last couple of years, so probably moving in when Riley was around like 7-ish, spending a little bit of time there before everything ended up happening. Or they had spent their entire life there.
I think it makes more sense to have spent closer to the 3 years.
While you both roleplay about that, I'm going to message you because I can't remember if we talked about something or established something.
Love that. Riley just...
Well, I don't remember a lot of it as good as I used to because I was at the castle for so long. Or at least it felt like a long time. I think I was 7 when they first took me. So I got 7 years with my family. And I was hoping that maybe, I don't know, my dad would get together a group of raiders or something. Some of the people who were around, some of the local folk, you know, try to get back some of us that they'd taken. But, you know, it didn't happen. I held out hope until, you know, you guys came along and told me that they're dead.
Wish there would have been an easier way for you to learn that. You know, the last memories of my mother's face were expressions that were very stern. She knew what was coming with my sight. And so she had to show me the strength that she knew I was going to need. I, at first, thought her angry with me for what was happening. But as I became better at listening instead of seeing, I was always able to hear her care, no matter what her face showed. I would like to think that there was a lot of care that you received, and perhaps you still have somewhere in your memory. And I would like, hopefully someday, you'll tell me more about it.
I like talking about my family. But, you know, every time I do, it brings up old memories.
Some things we carry take longer to feel as a part of us and more like a baggage. Whenever you want to speak of them, I'll happily listen. But I promise I will not pry any further unless you ask me to.
We could do it as like a trade.
That sounds fair. Certainly more fair than our old friend back there.
Yeah.
Do not follow his example.
I did get some cool stuff though.
I notice. And while I am concerned, I can only hope for the best.
It's not all for me. I got stuff for you guys too.
And I'm sure everyone is grateful. But for now, we stay alert. Yes?
Hmm?
Good. And then Barrow just resumes.
2 things really quick. Number 1, Barrow called Jerry his friend, but Jerry will never know. Number 2, just thank you, Taylor.
I know.
Listen, I've been trying.
for the trade.
I have been trying to find a fucking way to get more Barrow stuff, even if it's simple little things, and we got there.
Oh, you devious little Themlin. Oh, I love it. Oh,
Listen,
Hold him down and ask him. All right?
I love lore about characters, and we haven't gotten any. I'm like, how can I do this that makes sense? It's like trade a story for a story.
We could always try waterboarding.
Dear God.
I'm
Jesus.
surprised no one has asked more about Soul's lore. But
Listen, it's hierarchy, okay?
oh, yeah.
Hierarchy.
We got time. We got time.
Longer.
to
We've known
squeeze
Barrow for
lore
longer.
out of Barrow for the last year. And do you know what we've gotten? That. That's about it. And
No.
In
The
the dream
first
sequence.
bit of hold on. The first bit of Barrow lore we got was when Riley first showed up because they were shattered, and he was talking about like fence from the front yard and his mother singing and how she would make things. I remember.
I remember.
But still, it's not enough.
We
It's
got
not
three.
enough.
We got
Then
3
the
bits, and
monastery
that's
battle. Then the monastery battle was pretty badass.
The fact that Victor just looked at Oz and basically just pulled a Team 4-star Pope, Master Popo, just going pecking order.
Like, listen, I've been torturing these people for over a year. Like, they want your lore. I promise you they do. They're really just...
Oh, of course.
They want to know who the hell Barrow is.
I don't blame him.
He
wanna
is
know,
more
Dave.
than just a
Tell me.
blind monk, and I need to know.
So,
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Oh my.
just as you are making your way out of the market district known as the Fingers, just as quick things, because I know that people talked about a couple other things, and we'll do what we can really quick. Notable places of note in the Fingers: the Goose's Roost, as you have just left. There is a tailor known as the Black Rose. There is a tavern known as the Jolly Jabberwock. And then there is the general store, which is Thurza's Goods. So, of those places, other than that, we can continue to the lower ribs.
More shopping.
Let's go to the tavern and get a drink, y'all. I'm kidding.
Stop the episode ×2, I guess.
I thought you were about to say, let's go to the general store. I was like, Clucky's going to burn that building to the fucking ground.
No, I've got the shopping out of my system. We're good.
Going into the lower ribs, it's kind of upsetting because the lower ribs is both a figurative name and literal, as there is quite literally two sections of residential space, one built on top of the other, and you are heading to the lower section.
Mhm.
It's large square buildings, not as detailed as everything else that you're seeing, but they're functional. And even though there is no sun, indicating that it's pretty dimly lit in general, you didn't realize how much light the moon and the stars provided, as down here I mean, there are still street lamps that are lit, but there is definitely a lot more areas of shadow and darkness. And you make your way. People come and go. It's not very populated down here. But, because I know that it's stuff that some people would be definitely keeping an eye out for. Nobody seems to be having an air about them of maliciousness. There's no highwayman standing in the corner. There's no purse snatcher approaching from behind or anything that you might be trying to get a sense of. It's just some people who are trying to leave their dwelling to get to another area of the city to do something to make some coin. And it appears that our destination is the Bone Pit, which is one of these simple square buildings, but they've tried to live up to their name. It's not really like carved or crafted like some of the other buildings. It's very plain in terms of architecture, but they have adorned it with several different hanging decorations of different types of bones, some skulls, some ribs, some hands or feet, a pair of skeletal wings over the doorway, two magically lit torches flanking either side of the door, and a person standing in front that those who can look at him and see definitely can pick them out as a drow.
Ooh, smash.
Automatic.
Smash.
There's a couple people entering,
Mm-hmm.
a few leaving, but for the most part, what you see are people coming into the Bone Pit, and this person is talking to each of them, kind of seeing how things are going. There's some type of exchange, and then the people enter. How would you like to approach?
Lucky would. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Would Borrow have been able to hear if there was anything said in the exchange before they enter?
Probably you can roll perception and we can see exactly what's going on.
I mean, if you're so mad about it, I don't have to.
I'm not mad about it.
I don't
I
want
would-
to
It's your
bother
super
you.
hearing over here.
You said
No,
this
no,
is
no.
this building's adorned in bones, right?
Oh yeah.
Clucky would probably associate it real quick, and out of excitement would beeline it for the door without saying anything.
Of course.
So before the beeline happens, what Borrow is able to hear is sort of an exchange of this individual talking, and kind of you get the sense that he's sort of talking about what they have going on tonight, which appears to be one race, which will be later on in the evening, and several fights sprinkled throughout the night for entertainment. It does appear that the main attraction this evening is the race, but while they're getting things ready for the race, they will be having a few fights to keep people entertained. The person says that the person that he's talking to kind of gives some type of affirmation. There is an exchange of coin, and They enter.
Uh-oh.
And now a Clucky is right up front with this drow individual who kind of looks up at you and just goes, well, you're an interesting sort, aren't you?
Is this the bone pit?
What was your first clue?
Is this the bone pit?
You know what? You're right. And he kind of has like a bowler hat, takes it off, points up and just goes, welcome, one and all, to the Bone Pit, the place for all of your more primal desires.
I seek to fight.
Oh, you want to fight? Well, you're a strapping lad. I'm sure we can get you down in the pit. I will say, if you are going to fight, we will have to see what we can put you up against in terms of, weight classes and all that. But you'll be able to get in. Your friends, though, they'll have to pay the cover charge.
How about an interesting contrast? I will fight him.
Sorry, old man, we're here for entertainment.
Actually, he's really good.
Trust me
He's
when I
really
say
good.
the man is very capable.
He took out. I mean, I don't know what they're called. This guy had wings though, scales too.
All right. Sure, if you wish. He's good, you say, huh?
Mhm.
All right, here. I'm doing this because I know how it's going to go. He reaches into his pouch, pulls out a copper piece, puts it between two fingers, and you just hear as he snaps it in your direction, Barrow.
As in, like flying my direction.
Yeah, have you ever done the bottle cap thing where you can snap
Sure.
your finger and it shoots? Yeah, he does that with a copper piece.
Deflect missile! Deflect missile!
That's it.
I mean, it would be the kind of thing that is just like at the same level of speed that the coin goes in his direction. It would be a blur. It would just be a moment of it's just like, duh. And it probably would be like it wouldn't even like depending on how fast it would be able to do it. It would just be the moment where like his hand goes up and down, and it's almost like where did the copper piece go? You know?
You didn't see
Where'd it go?
anything.
Where'd it go? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! He turns
and
into
then just see him kind of, and then his hand just sort of like raises with the copper piece between his fingers, and then he hands the copper piece to Riley. Here you go.
Yeah.
During this exchange, Clucky's just maintaining eye contact on the drow, not arms crossed over his chest. He'll be my fighter. Or my opponent.
All right, are you guys gonna throw the fight or some shit? Is that what the plan is? Or
No, Clucky's actually gonna like legitimately fight. That's his thing.
The bird doesn't hold back. Trust me.
I'm
He's
a
just
man
gonna
of
fight.
I'm a man of honor. If I say I'm going to fight the bird, then I will fight him.
Saul, would you like to chime in?
Soul is, I don't know. He's just kind of standoffish. He doesn't really like this place. He doesn't really like Colosseums, people.
So it's like I should have stayed home.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, man, they're just dragging me all over this place now, and I'm bumping up into the place where I don't really like to be, and there's a shit ton of people there. And like, I don't really want to be here.
He's got social anxiety. How adorable.
Since everybody but Saul has chimed in here, I'm gonna have this be a group persuasion check.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm good at those.
I'm good at these.
I am
What?
fucking fabulous.
Clucky is not.
I'm gonna cast that thing called Guidance because I rolled like crap.
You dance?
Yes.
You can
Wow.
dance if you want to. You can leave your rolls behind.
I rolled a total of 5.
I have
Got
a +9 in persuasion. Let's go.
Must be nice.
22.
What is this?
12
That
for
is
me.
going to be a 17 plus 9, 17, 18, 19, 20.
You guys all made up for Clucky's
That'll be a 26.
I
inability.
love
to
that the
communicate.
two who want to fight rolled terribly. I rolled a 9 total. Do I get advantage because of the coin?
No. That's been you wouldn't even have this chance if it wasn't for the coin. We just kind of well, so long as you make it interesting, and don't throw it. I obviously can't have you or any of your mates bet on each other. But yeah, I guess we can make that happen. Please go on inside. Well, I mean, you two are good. The rest of you will have to pay the cover charge. 3 copper.
only
I
have-
have 2 copper at this point.
Where was the other copper from?
From
glove?
Jerry. I don't
don't
know
have
if it's real. I don't.
It's gone.
I think what happens is Riley goes to like grab for it, and it's gone, and they just kind of like look up, like,
Dirty bastard.
Baro is gonna take actually a gold coin and hand it to the drow.
You sure?
That's all we
Sure,
have.
money. All right. He takes it, pockets it, and all right. Go on inside. I am the owner and proprietor. I'll be in just a moment. You can call me Taroj Eleanor.
how do you spell that?
Put
Tarosh
it in chat.
Elena. Don't you know Tarosh Elena? Such a common name.
Listen.
Most used
as-
baby names 2023.
As the party enters, he's
My cunt.
told. What?
My cunt.
Don't ask him again.
Right to jail. Right to jail.
Right.
Get to jail, right to jail, right away.
Directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not
Do not
collect
collect
$200.
$200.
Um,
Right to jail.
Do not correct
As-
collect 200 gold.
As the party is entering, Soul's gonna excuse himself and try to get his way into the noble box, if there is one, where
There
certain
is
ability
so
How
now
bougie.
that
I
you
love
are
it.
entering the bone pit, there is a not really makeshift, but like it's pretty crappy looking bar with an orc individual behind it. They're just slinging out flagons, basically. Flagons, wrong term. Tankard. That's what I'm looking for.
I mean, flag.
There's a handful. There's a good amount of people in here. They're all rabble rousing. They're laughing. They're being boisterous and loud. There is a handful. In the corner. There is a small group of musicians that are playing. Like one with a violin, another one with what would be an accordion, and another one playing a drum, and they are just belting out a couple tunes. But then the main attraction. Now, of course, like I said, this is a combination of fight pit and racetrack. It is lowered into the ground. The racetrack is big and oval. I want to say all the way around, like from start to finish, it is like 500 meters. So pretty sizable. However, in the center, there is an area for a decent size, basically just rope hexagon. And on the inside currently, there are 2 individuals, masculine, very large and muscular, bare-chested,
Smash.
beating each other with their fists.
Double smash.
One appears to be a minotaur of some potentially,
Oh, trouble.
and the other one does look to be, by your guesses, some type of elf.
So one's got handlebars. Oh, that's great.
Listen, I'm gonna need you to stop.
Horns as handholds. Horns as handholds.
Stop it! Stop it! Listen,
Oh boy! Oh boy!
it's a
Anyway,
funny joke.
but yeah, they are just going to town on each other. No, Taylor, not like that. Anyway,
Phrasing.
but what you can tell, Mr. Noctis, pretty much the people who are trying to just hang out and do the vibe thing, they sort of stay along the edge of the track. I'm going to change what I said about the size of the track because, like, it's not one lap. It would be several laps adding up to it. So I don't really know exactly how big I want to make it. I plan on making a map because I wasn't sure if anybody was actually going to try to race or fight people, but we'll see.
There's
So
always time.
it's not the biggest, but a race is 500 meters all the way around with multiple laps. But yes, on the inside, you can see down in this little area, there is a sort of metal gated area leading beyond, and coming from that area, you do see a person with a large bipedal avian-looking creature that has a saddle on it. That is walking the track. The people who are mostly rabble rousing and everything like that, they are on the floor. They're actually like shoving at each other. They're yelling. They're shouting obscenities and everything like that. Those are like, those are the floor seats of the concert. And then up top is the people who just want to sip on their alcohol and enjoy the vibes.
Okay.
Box seats.
So they're it's just an upper balcony, right?
It's not necessarily a balcony because the entertainment is lowered. So it's floor level, and then everything else is subfloor.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there a ceiling to this place?
Yes.
Damn. Okay.
What are you planning?
Listen. Well, okay. Is there anybody that Soul recognizes, like, in more than just a passing kind of thing, like someone who he actually knows?
Make a perception check.
I have a passive 24, but okay.
You are looking. You are not passively absorbing things.
Fair. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Ooh.
And you wanted to use your
He's
passive.
looking. Oh, he's looking now.
That's a nat 20 for 32.
Jesus.
Smash.
So you're looking around, and like, there's some people who've been like in and out of your shop. Most of the people that you see here that you do like that you have seen before are people who come in, look around, leave, don't buy anything. Too pricey for them. There's a couple people here that like maybe you've sold something to, or you've repaired something for them. One or two people that you have done business of, we'll call it recovery, out in the beyond the city limits, which is the kind of work that you do when you find places like Dr. Diago's lab. So those ones you know a little bit better. However, the reason why I'm not going specifically into like who they are and why you know them is because with your natural 20, with being over a 30 total, you're kind of like cruising around looking for people that you might know, and as you're kind of like get up to a spot of this sort of raised area, put your hands on the sort of rope that's supposed to keep you from falling in. You're kind of like looking around. You can't help but overhear somebody that says, "Yes, we're going to need to reserve this seat here for General Shade Watcher."
Smash.
Soul's gonna look around and see if he notices where the seat is, how far away he is from it, and what vantage points he could try to listen in if need be.
Okay. I will play that into, without going too much into detail on exactly what that could mean.
Sure.
You will find a suitable place to suit your needs as you wish. Now, you didn't know that they were sort of... This is their way of calling ahead. So they're not here yet, but now you know they will be.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just gonna wait and see what happens.
What are Xanthi and Riley doing?
Shopping.
Shopping.
I'm
Or
assuming they're
food.
buying tomatoes to throw out the ring. I don't know.
So considering Burrow and Clucky are going to be and like Soul has like completely disappeared, you have left Auntie and Baby alone. This is gonna
Right?
be very...
What Riley is doing is like any kid in a place that there probably shouldn't be in.
Oh, no.
Is trying to get as close to things as possible, running between people's legs because they're small enough to do so in some cases, and just
Welcome
like
to parenting, Xanthi. Have fun.
any railing anywhere or something, but like getting as close to the action as they can.
Xanthi is immediately following, just being like, Riley, come on, you gotta stay near me. And she is like actively like going through just Riley.
So what I will say is, as Riley, you weave around 1, 2, 3 people, you see another figure that's actually a little shorter than you, with a hood up, trying to do pretty much the same thing.
I'm gonna tail them.
You're gonna tail them?
Xanthi is
just watch what they're doing.
They're pretty much like the same vibes that you had. They're just weaving in, out, trying to get closer to the action.
I'm just following.
Xanthi is actively chasing this baby, just like Riley. Like
there's a child in the bone pit.
Hold on. Do I have anything? Like, I don't want to cast lightning lure on the child, but like,
woman, this is the bone pit. Are you?
Okay,
just people around.
Just because I think it would be fun to add to the chaos. Can I roll a stealth check?
No,
not yet.
I'm gonna say Barrow would have told you to stick to Xanthi though.
I mean, no sure.
So Xanthi is going to cast Mage Hand, and it is flying through the fucking. It is flying through the fucking crowd, and it like as soon as it gets to Riley, it just grips on to Riley, like by the handle of the bag.
Lips up.
Noted. We'll get there in just a moment. As you're weaving through, before the mage hand actually reaches you, this individual that you've been tailing makes it to the rope railing and stops and starts looking over at it. What do you do when you catch up to them?
I think Riley just gets to a point where they don't want to like run into them on accident, so like we'll slow down and just try to look casual. Absolutely is not, and just stand right next to them.
So you stand right next to them. They got their hood pulled up. You stand right next to them and kind of do the like casual thing.
I'll pull my hood up so it's the bear ears.
Yeah, I'm chasing a little Ewok through the crowd.
Yes.
Like, all we need now for Riley is just to get her like little squeaky shoes and just like squeak, 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 like
I purposely got
Something
Quiet.
come back later is like, I have good news and bad news. The bad news, I lost a child. The good news, we have a bear now. There's a completely random bear
no, that would be Clucky.
So you kind of try to do the casual thing, and as you said, do it badly, which is the idea of like, I don't want them to think that I'm like trying to get their attention, but try to get their attention.
in
So
little
like you're
kid
kind of
fashion.
doing that, and just like kind of like doing the inch, and you get to that point where you get to that point where the being casual is no longer casual, and they snap their head and look at you, and you are face to face with a individual that has no hair, very dark gray skin, a very weird looking looking shapen face with long pointy ears, and like sort of a jaw that kind of sticks out. And as they kind of look at you, they go, "Oh, you want to back your fuck up? The hell you think you're doing? Not trying to be all up in my business. I'm just watching.
I'm just trying to watch the races.
Well, you can creep it closer and closer to me. Just let me enjoy my fights."
Well, it's because the rope does the swingy thing, and I'm not tall enough to see over it, so I have to get closer so I can see over the rope.
Is Xanthi caught up at this
Who
point?
let a kid in here? At this point, the next thing that happens is you feel that tug from the mage hand on your back.
And like Xanthi just comes through and just goes, Riley, and she immediately like grabs her hand and just goes, "Look, do you not see this place is made of bones? Do you want to be a part of those bones? No, then you need to stay by my side, okay?"
Clarification, it's decorated in bones. It is not a palace of bones. It's just got bones hanging around and stuff.
It is now canon. No.
You
I just wanted to see closer.
Yes, but then you wait up for me. You don't just run off and chase and bother this.
I'm running.
I don't know how those little legs can carry you the way that they do, but God damn it, you need to stay by my side. Would you be doing this to Borrow?
Barrow could probably keep up.
Oh, vicious mockery! Oh no!
Step of the wings.
Xanthi, you kind of see her eye twitch.
This individual that you were telling goes, "Oh, don't backsass your mother."
She's not my mom!
and at the same time, Xanthi goes, "I'm not her mom."
Whatever, you just whatever the case may be.
And Xanthi at this point is just like, "Look, if you wanted to get up close, just tell me, but make sure someone stays with you. You cannot be in this place by yourself. We don't have Clucky. We don't have Borrow. I don't know where the fuck Soul went, but we don't have our muscle with us. And the best thing I can do is set everybody on fire, and then we're all going to be in trouble. So you need to stay by my side."
Okay.
Thank you.
Unbothered.
That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. God. Children. And like Xanthi just kind of like grabs Riley's hand and looks to see if there's any place that they can go to like be closer to the action.
We're as close as we're gonna get.
Okay.
Speaking of action.
Then Xanthi, I guess, will take the time to make sure she knows where all the exits are and just kind of take an account as to like who's sitting where. Is there any weirdos wondering why there's a child in the bone pits?
Right next to us.
There are people like wondering, why the hell is there a child here? Riley's not the like only child, but like, you go somewhere and you see a child and you're like, you shouldn't have a kid there. Like you even having a kid with you, you see this and you go, why did you do this too? Goodness gracious. So like, it's that kind of, there's very few, but none of the kids are really interested in what's going on.
Yeah, Riley's just gonna like arms over the rope to try to keep it out of her vision to see everything just right there.
The mage hand is like has a grip on the child, and Xanthi is kind of just lean forward with her And then she's gonna again be humming just softly to attune to the broom.
Okay. So, Borrow and Clucky, as you two
Can I punch somebody now?
As you are sort of walking around, eventually somebody comes up, a orcish individual comes up and just goes, "Oi, Eleanor says that you both are fighting."
Yes.
"This way." And just starts leading. There is a staircase that leads down and basically brings you into sort of the waiting area for all of the fighters. And there is any number of individuals that are that are potentially, just hanging out, like kind of warming up. Some people have weapons, some people do not. Some people are wearing some types of armor. It all appears that it seems to be sort of dependent on which fight, who has what, and whatever the case may be. It's sort of like each individual bout has their own rules. And every so often, two more get pulled up and they begin to fight each other.
Yeah,
What
buddy.
I am going to do in this moment, I do need to take a break myself for a moment. I have something work related that I need to do. So what I'm going to do in this moment is each of you, and then somebody go twice so that everybody can do this at least once. You're going to pair off. You are going to entertain our audience by coming up really quick with a fighter, who they are, like that, not full backstory or anything like that. Not going to make you go make a whole character sheet. Just describe who they are, figure out who you're pairing off against, and you will decide the winner in the age-old tradition of rollies.
Rollies!
All right. I'll be back momentarily, but yes.
All right. How delightful.
I'm just pulling up my list of characters that I haven't used in forever or at all.
I have so many.
Well, since there was a Minotaur already mentioned.
Smash!
I know exactly who I'm bringing. And we actually met him not that long ago.
My God.
Since there was a Minotaur mentioned earlier, you will see. He's already in the fighting pit. He stands at a whopping 8'3" That's 2 feet, including his horns, which one of them you will take notice is completely grayed, almost to like a. It has like a stone-like appearance to it. He's covered in tribal tattoos from head down to his waist. Brown mohawk braided back with a white maw and socks on around his hooves.
Smash.
He's got a dark brown coat, probably weighing damn near 1,000 pounds, and is wielding a massive warhammer made completely of stone, and has a blue, electric blue hue to it. Who is his opponent, though?
So, I got 2 characters that I have made that I could bring in here.
Just use one.
One of them could be Grendel just somehow wandered her ass in here, and
Grendel
Someone told me there were flowers in here.
Grendel and Orin, the Minotaur, battling each other. I'm down for that.
Absolutely.
I'm down for that.
Either that or Astrid.
We're doing Grendel.
Mountain dwarf. But I feel like Grendel would be very fitting for the Minotaur, mainly just because she'd be like, oh, this cow, I want to pet the cow, and she's gonna she's literally just going to be like.
All right, so it's Grendel and Orin. All right. And, let's go. Oren would respond to Grendel saying, "Oh, I want to pet the cow." "I am not cow. I am Oren Stonehorn, and you will respect my lineage." And
I think that that's a
let's
very
roll.
nice name.
Rolling. Rolling.
Ready? 3,
One.
2, 1.
Roll.
Just
19.
oh, bitch! You beat me.
Grendel comes in and she just like runs up, like frolics up, and just gives him a big hug. Just being like, "Oh, hug him and love him and hug him and love him and love him and hug him and name him
All right.
Stonehorn." And then she just drops him on the ground.
I would say as that happens, you're gonna notice the ring itself is gonna be engulfed in what seems like a storm cloud, and from that cloud, a bolt of lightning shoots down and impacts into both Grendel and Oren. It's an aura of the sea. His barbarian perk. He's a Storm Herald barbarian, as you now discover. It knocks you, or you need to do a quick strength check. 16.
Okay, give me just a moment. I gotta pull up my Grendel stats on my other account because I'm not gonna pay for D&D Beyond.
It's a good investment, okay? I have like 30 characters.
Oh yeah,
So
I do too. That's how I came up with Oren so quickly.
Okay, we
Alrighty.
strength check because I'm real good. I'm real good at strength checks.
We're both pretty good at strength checks, but we'll see.
Guys are slacking.
Listen,
I have
I got
not
101.
doubled.
That's an 18 plus 3.
Okay, you don't get knocked prone. Luckily, you just get zapped.
And Grendel just kind of goes, "Ooh, ooh, I'm tickled."
All right. Round 2 of rollies. We'll do best 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
Sure. All right. You're
All right. 1, 2, 3, go. Ooh,
That is another 18.
son of a bitch! 16 again. You're kicking Oren's ass.
no.
I love this
Fuck
so
it.
much.
There's a if you've seen One Punch Man, I think there's an episode where like he just like taps someone or something and just decimates them. Like I saw, imagine Grendel, like I want to pet you, so she like pets so hard and he just knocks you down like a pet
Just
on the head.
fucking
Like,
smacks him into the ground, and it's.
Grendel
I would
still
say-
currently is hugging him. I would say she's now aggressively swinging him around.
All right, so
Back and forth.
So with this encounter, Grendel is the winner. So I would say, as you're you squeeze him enough to the point that he ends up passing out from lack of oxygen, and he's now just ragdolling as he's swinging him around.
I love it.
I just imagine the audience not having to dodge the horns. You know, it's just being like
Massive
like,
horns.
what is
Sandy
that?
pulls Riley back. Like Grendel like will stop. She'll like kind of see that he's limp, and she'll just kind of shake him a little bit.
You'll see as the hammer that he was holding in his hand just after a minute of being unconscious just goes limp, and the hammer goes flying like off into the crowd.
And Captain America catches it.
Sandy immediately covers Riley.
All right, next. Who's next?
All right,
say,
you see.
yeah, Riley and Saul, Oz, and KJ.
Soul
that was
would
funny.
actually have like flagged down like a waiter or a waitress and like, hey, be some popcorn. Sorry.
So
The hammer
you,
flies right past him.
Getting it?
Let's go.
you see. We're gonna keep this going. You see entering the ring is this fox, like just a fox with some like gear on him and whatever. Kind of trots in on all fours, stands up, looks like this scampery little hyperactive thing. Kind of sandy in color, just
Okay.
giant ears, small little scampery thing.
Oh shit! All right. Since we are in basically the Underdark, the next person who enters is a male drow. he has
Smash.
like a little faux hawk of white hair going. He is naked, save for a loincloth, like a stylized armor piece loincloth, and two band braces. And floating next to him is a dancing sword.
Nice.
Okay.
First round of rollies.
His name is Umber, by the way. Yes.
This fox's name is Hiron.
I'd like to get Umber him.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wow.
No class.
I'm gonna say that
Alright, here we go.
Santi is playing the character with the numbers going around.
Scores.
The ring girl.
19.
Rolly.
Oh, 13.
Ooh, okay. So what you see happen is this little fox watches this drow come in with the sword, kind of like, and just disappears. And then you hear kind of echoing across the chamber. You know, most people will just use the sword themselves. You don't seem super trained in that, and uses vicious mockery.
Ooh. Wait a minute.
Talk about dark humor. Get it? Get it? Get it? Never mind.
Uh-huh.
I'll explain later.
Can I use Shield of Faith to block this?
Vicious mockery is a saving throw.
Oh, shit. What am I saving again?
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving.
Fucking knocked my boy Oren out and right out the fucking gate.
Listen, you cannot resist Grendel's love, okay? It's just
Grendel.
too much. It's Grendel.
That's a 9.
Fail.
9.
9. That's a fail.
You have been vicious mockery.
You've been mocked publicly.
Umber's gonna kind of fall to one knee, like, what did the fox say?
Oh my god.
And then
When reality crosses over into fantasy.
Listen, Riley started it. I think you actually hear Riley singing the song from the fucking sideline.
The audience is literally just going like after Mockery's like, ooh, and then
Riley,
Fox is like, ah.
Riley, or like with Riley singing the song, like Xanthi just kind of like it gets stuck in her head, and now like instead of humming with the tune she was humming, she's just kind of sitting there and singing ding 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 to the broom.
in response to the vicious mockery, Umber is going to cast spiritual weapon.
Ooh,
And
ooh.
Cool.
you'll see like a shimmering white mist forms above him, and then like a giant moon just appears.
Interesting.
Oh,
I will
smash.
remind you, invisible. So good luck
That's fair.
with that.
Yeah.
Second round of rollies.
Yes. Let's do it.
Be good, please. Mm. Love this for me. What did you get?
16.
8.
Oh! Oh shit! How does Umber
We're
find
even.
an invisible
We're
opponent?
even. We're even.
1 for 1. How does Umber find
For one. How do
Let's
you
see.
discover my location?
20-foot cube, right? That's about how big this ring is.
Yeah.
You would say.
Probably.
Okay. All right. Umber casts fairy fire.
Ah.
To be expected.
Do it.
To be expected.
I'll do it.
Good job. Good job.
Yep, that'll do it.
And much like I don't know, I guess freaking what's his name? Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins with his son.
Smash!
Gonna
Mhm.
slay him right now.
Shit. All right. Third round of rollies. Get ready. Get set. Let's get ready to rollies.
Got a
Do,
13.
do, 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 do.
15.
Oh, all right.
I
13.
mean, by 2.
Yeah.
How do I want to do this?
Woo! Shit!
I think.
Just got hit with a big ball of light.
Question.
Well, it's
These.
a rock.
I guess this is
Giant
a
rock
question
with a
for
boot.
Matt. Do you think these would be sometimes fight to the death type battles?
I mean, I think they reserve the right to surrender, but I mean, if the stroke falls,
Fair. Well, I guess I could do this instead. Hold on.
I mean, you can ask him. He's just back, so you could just ask him. It's like
Is he?
Hey,
Hey Matt, are these
he doesn't have
battles?
his. I don't think he has
Headphones.
his thing.
Hey, Matt.
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 Matt,
Matt. Nothing.
Matt,
Matt!
the whole minute of us.
It's pretty great.
And that's the clip.
That's
The
the
earbud that I
the
had out
Grendel
was
was
dead. I was trying to get my. I couldn't hear you guys. All of a sudden, it comes back.
Danger!
Question. Are these fights known to be fights to the death, or are they not?
Generally no, but yeah, they.
Because this town
shit
kills.
happens.
Cool. Instead of what I was going to do, because it's fucking
Vicious.
Listen, this little guy has very few tricks up his sleeve. Just pulls 2 daggers from his belt, and including Fury of the Small, just kind of tears into this guy.
Ow.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you guys like actually bring up characters and now
Yes,
you're like
we
shooting
did!
it out to see what
Yes,
happens?
we
Yeah,
did!
Grendel,
I just told you I
Grendel,
could do rollies. Okay.
Grendel just beat
doing
the shit out of my Minotaur Orin,
Grendel-
who's 8'4".
Technically.
Grendel got like super excited and hugged him, and then apparently she like hugged him till he passed out, and then kept flinging him around.
No, Matt,
He
we
was
did
passed out.
rollies. We did like rounds of rollies where it's like best 2 out of 3 type situation.
And
Grendel
But
now
we
he's
basically
just
like,
hugged the
tried
Minotaur
things.
to unconsciousness.
Yeah, squeeze the shit out of him.
You know, hug him and love him and name him George.
I mean,
alrighty.
the
I am
scimitar-
listening now.
Let's finish up, yeah, I'll finish up this rollies.
But yeah,
That-
yes,
that
by all
was.
means.
I won it. And I was
Oh,
like, do they
you
do
did.
it to the death? Yeah.
Okay.
So just
He's not dead,
2
he just got
daggers-
stabbed a lot.
Yeah, 2 daggers out, just fucking comes at you with all they've got, Fury of the Small and everything.
Come at me, bro.
The dancing scimitar would attempt to try to block, but yeah.
And probably blocks a few of them, but with how squirrely this guy is, no chance.
Yeah, buddy. All right.
Victor and
Now for the
who?
main event.
Oh, main event. We're back. I don't need a secondary thing. We got Grendel hugging someone to basically death. I'm happy. I'm a happy
I
man.
love my new cow friend, except he's not talking very much. Hello.
Oh my new cow.
I just imagine Grendel having a bag of holding and just shoving.
Oh
It's
my
like
God.
mine
She,
now.
she currently has him propped up next to her. She has a teacup in front of him and a flower crown.
Fucking Minotaur just
She was just like, it is so nice to have a friend that's like, bigger than me. Most people are like very small, but you're very big.
Storm Herald Barbarian, level 15, knocked out with a hug.
I feel like this
By a level 7 fucking orc.
Love
best
it.
duo, best
Smash.
new one in my lifetime.
All right. So everybody got a turn to have some fun
Yes.
in the bone pit.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Now for the main event.
With that be well, the main event is the race.
Clucky
but-
and Borrow now.
Actually, Grendel singing.
Our
It's the
main
main
event.
Yes. So, eventually
Halftime.
the orcish individual looks at the two of you, goes, right, you're up, and starts leading you both in. There's no, like, I don't know, were you guys doing formal introductions? Like,
No.
okay, just go in and beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
So you guys go in. They're just getting things ready. People are, hyping and cheering. Not gonna lie, most people are putting their money on Clucky McCluckerson.
It's
Valid.
fair.
Naturally,
That's fair.
there's a few people who are like, no, something about this old guy here, though. And as you guys are getting ready to get going, Soul, can you make a perception check with advantage?
Here we go. Here we go.
Plus
So
pass
the guy said we
24.
couldn't place bets, but Riley has that in mask.
Don't do that yet.
That is a 13
It's a 13?
plus.
Bitch.
Oh, advantage. Hang on.
Yeah, advantage.
Go get us some fucking money.
Wait, but we'd
Every
have
time.
to figure out. We'd have to figure out which one of you would win, and we don't know.
18.
I feel
18.
Borrow would tap out. I don't know. We should have discussed this.
Said he'd be a man of honor and would
Listen, no, you don't have to figure it out. You have to bet on both of us. The fuck? One of us. No matter what, you're winning.
What do you expect Xanthi to do? Just be like, I got 5 on the blind guy. I got 10 on the chicken.
Wait, were we doing plus perception, right?
Perception, yes.
Oh fuck. Well, that's actually 25 and
25 and
the second one that I rolled, the 18 plus 12.
oh, so that's a 30.
30.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
As
Okay.
they are getting ready to begin this bout, you catch the front door open,
Mm-hmm.
and walking in is the 7'5" frame,
just taller than me,
long, yes,
bro.
long, almost ebony black hair in a very tight pulled back ponytail that goes down to the back of her knees, wearing a dress that is black with gold accents,
Smash.
a few pieces of jewelry here and there, like necklace adorning, some rings. The dress is not flowy or obstructing in any way. It's actually tailored to be tight and allow mobility, as you can see beneath the dress and adorning some of her exposed skin are very tight cloth wrappings.
Matt,
She is escorted by 2 individuals who are wearing leather armor, both with short swords at their hips, that walk her to this chair that you were told, or that you overheard she was going to be at. She nods to both of them, takes a seat, crosses one leg over the other. Somebody brings her a drink, and she looks down into the pit, waiting for the festivities to begin, as everybody hears a very loud voice exclaim out, "Ready, fight!" And that's where we will pick it up next week.
Saw that coming.
Yep.
Saw that coming.
Matt,
First off, death by Snoo Snoo, please.
Yes! I
have
will
one-
drown a happy woman.
I have one thing to say to you, Matt. Oz will remember this.
Oz will remember this.
I hope you do. Thank you, everybody who tuned in. Thank you all for your patience and your wonderful, wonderful, wonderful antics this evening.
Whew.
Once again, we've been To Be Diced Adventures, the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, and we shall see you all next week. Take care now.